chaos and precision, where milliseconds decide legends. Now, you get to see it for yourself.
Big moment in pro paintball history.
Let's go!
Major League Paintball Plus is your all-access pass to the sport's biggest stage. The exclusive home to live tournament paintball action, featuring semifinals and finals of all NXL major events, and much more.
It's just a fantastic time for paintball and all our fans. Just love it.
Go beyond the field with Major League Paintball Plus.
They're really trying to reach every player out there and not just the elite of the elite. They're trying to really show that carbon is the gear for paintball players.
We're an all-in package, so everything from head to toe that we're wearing, but we chose that. It did not get forced on us, but once you wear the product, it speaks for itself.
You can pick and choose what you want in your package. You want through the portal. They really care about you and repping their products, and they give it back to you at the end of the day.
What I really like about Carbon is you're not just a number. You're an actual person, you're an actual team. They are truly building relationships. These guys care, and they care about the divisional player.
The Missouri All-Stars would not be the team without Carbon and without the guys at Carbon. It's the most important piece of the puzzle.
To the right, to the left, to the right, let it jump down.
Available now, online, or at the HK Army booth.
Hey, it's BRNT at CRBN, here at the DRV, an absolute hot rod force feed winner. What separates the DRV from the competition is our LCD display on the back. This has a built-in timer, ideal for classic paintball, but if you're playing anytime paintball at all, the ability to know what's going on without a scoreboard is an advantage. Along with our adjustable torque settings, 1 through 5, allows you to shoot any paint in every condition. If you're shooting super brittle paint, turn it down. If you trust the paint, it's a little bit harder, you can turn it all the way up, shoot 25 balls a second, no problem. The DRV features a revolutionary automatic anti-jam, no button to push. The DRV also features an aluminum feed neck for an absolutely positive gun mount. DRVs feature a magnetic, tool-free disassembly. You can field strip the loader.
And we are back. 2025 NXL World Cup here in Kissimmee, Florida. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey, and we are about to watch the semi-pros play out here in a seeding set. It's going to be Distortion taking on the Jesters and the Jungle Cats taking on Collision. Looking forward to this one. Haven't seen the semi-pros out here. We've been watching all the pro games, but these are our top 4 squads. Distortion, Jesters, Jungle Cats, and Collision. And we got about 30 seconds to go before the start of this first point. And then we're going to see AC Diesel take on Papalto. Also in that set, Infamous and Energy Elite. So one more day of prelim battles going down here on center court. The biggest and best paintball tournament on planet Earth.
Always exciting to see these semi-pro teams out here. If you're confused by the name Jungle Cats in the top 4, they were formerly known as BR Factory. Out here under a new name, looking to have the same results.
So throwing 15 minutes on the clock here and jumping into it. Looks like Distortion going to be doubling up that back center and going to be dropping a body. And also it looks like the Jester's dropping a body as well too. So it's going to be a 4-on-4 situation here out of the gate.
Quick 4-on-4, but Bispo, number 17, is in the snake early for the NJ Jesters. Wearing a Obey-themed jersey. Not used to seeing them in black and red.
Yeah, so the field position right now, a little bit better field position here for the Jesters, as the Jesters have a body here in the snake and rolling. Yeah, he's just going to roll in his gun. He's got.
Yeah, so now we're going to see here Distortion. They are out wide into that snake corner, but they are going to lose another body out of the backfield from that South Electronics door. So 4-on-3, advantage Jesters in the snake, in the Dorito 2, now coming into snake 3. So 4-on-3, Jesters making moves forward up the field, looking in full control. Oh, but just as I say that, they're losing a player out of the back center and a player out of the snake. So bad deaths here by the NJ Jesters in a high body situation. I think Wildside is down to 1. Actually, I think it's a 3-on-1 in favor of the Jesters here.
Yeah, the Jesters. It's been so hard to keep the count on this field. And body moving up there into D4, and he finally picks him up, and it's Bispo to get that crossfield killed. So the first point here, again, in these seeding rounds, top 4 semi-pro teams playing for position come Sunday. They're already in. A chance to talk to a couple of the guys down there about this, Mike. It's kind of tough sometimes to get mentally up for these games you know you're in. We saw the pros do it amazingly, I thought. Those are some intense games, some of the best games we've seen out here. It's just from a strategy standpoint, when you're scouting those games, you just don't really if this is you're seeing the actual package that these teams are going to play with.
I think it's tough for the players. I think it's tough for the coaches. I think when you're not playing for survival, there's just a little oomph that is missing from the effort. As we're in the pit here, trying to figure out the situation. These semi-pro players, semi-pro teams, they have the same level of support these days. A lot of intelligent paintball players, a lot of former pros out here. I bring it up because Los Angeles Collision, coached by Mike Hinman, got a lot of former ASG Aftermath players on this squad, most notably to me, Ethan Castro on the Snake side. Very dangerous player.
Yeah, I think that we're going to be seeing mostly Danny Park in the Snake, though, because Castro is, I don't see Castro even on the roster for this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So when I talked to Mike Hinman, as Distortion going to be on the blue side, as it's Distortion or Jungle Cats, formerly BR Factory on the red side, Collision on the blue side, but it's going to be a steady dose of Danny Park. Danny asked him, he's like, hey, coach, what's the line's going to look like today? Mike Hinman looked at him and said, unless you have a bone sticking out of your leg, you're going to be playing the Snake.
Minor penalty, though, in the 5-on-3 for Collision. That takes out their entire Dorito side, so it quickly becomes a 3-on-3. It looked like it was going to be all Collision in this first point. But now 3-on-3, and Jungle Cats with us, with the body in the back center, a body in the Boston Paintball can. Believe they have a third body, maybe not.
Well, I like the filter of the body. They had to filter a body over towards the D side, so making a couple moves. And Collision able to get to that back center. And they got the double stack of bodies here in the Snake. I believe Lucas and Danny. And they're focusing downfield right now. That D side is blown open. I'm trying to get a look again. The shadows are a little long this morning of what the package looks like here for the Jungle Cats.
It's just these two bodies in the backfield left for the Jungle Cats. Lost a couple bodies off the break and another in the mid-game. So body advantage here for Collision, looking to absorb that minor penalty they caught on the Dorito side. Just going to have to work out these players in the backfield. But the Jungle Cats, man, they used to be called BR Factory, came up from D2 this year. They've only placed in first or second this year at our first 4 tournaments, looking to secure their pro spot for 2026. No one had them as a favorite to come out of semi-pro this year, but they've been proving it.
Yeah, this is you got to earn it sport. I love that about this, and they've been outstanding this year. Multiple wins. Collision looks pretty good too, though. They've got a win as well. So currently here, though, 3-on-2 situation in favor of Collision as they're trying to press the issue. Made it all the way over to the D side, so clutch moves there for Collision. Get from the Snake side and spread the field.
Yeah, Collision trying to figure out the count. They have their Snake player shooting inside. Now they're taking over the space on the Dorito side. He's catching no pressure over there with just these two Jungle Cat bodies now switching, but it's too late. One of them taking the walk, so just the back center player number 22 for the Jungle Cats.
So it was David Ramirez making all those moves here for Collision. He started, once the bomb blew up on that D side, Ramirez was stuck on the Snake side. So he had to make multiple moves to get across, in a high body situation. But clutch first point here from David Ramirez. Also solid work by both Danny Park and Lucas as they stayed alive, talked it up right next to each other, controlling the action here on the Snake side.
Yeah, pretty good job by Collision there to not lose their composure, taking the 2-body advantage early, then catching the minor penalty. But great fills across by David Ramirez, recognizing the situation, moving across, attacking the weakness, as we like to say, Maddie.
Yeah, did a great job. Realized that, okay, what? And it's really hard to keep the count on this field, but Ramirez wasn't feeling any pressure from that D side. He also knew he had no bodies over there. So those were the moves that needed to be made. And he got it done. First point, Collision. Now, Jester's up by 1 in the pits, though, with Big Mike Hinman.
Nobody even looked back at him. Great job. Let's go, Ramirez. Good job, David. Hey, they didn't. It was 33. Oh, no, it was 32. We had killed 3. That home and God didn't even look at him. I'm not saying you do anything different. I'm just saying they didn't even respect
early on, they were shooting at the Utah a little bit. Right. Saw the paint, was weighted.
Yeah, hey, Danny. You could not have done any more. If you would have both those guns, they weren't even switching.
Mike Hinman, been around a while, knows how to diagnose a point. So useful to be able to provide accurate information about what was happening big picture-wise to your players when they come off.
So these teams switching sides now. Jester's going to be on the red side, and Distortion on the blue side. Distortion getting out wide here on the D side, going to D1. They're going to crawl up into D2. They're going to release in the Snake, and this has been the duo. As you get a body to the wedge and a body up into Snake 3. Playing pretty quick and fast here. Distortion wanting to tie this one up, taking a bunch of ground on the D side, getting in. They go all the way to D4. Definitely into D. No, he's still at D3. On the flip side, though, Jester's going to control that zone and get the kill on that side. Nice job for the Jesters. Take out that first attacker for Distortion on the D side.
Yeah, good zone control from that Dorito side wedge. The Jesters player who got into the Snake Bispo took kind of a digger on the way in, had to dump his hopper, but looks like he's gotten his gun up now. Perhaps not actually going for the swab, but 5-on-4 advantage Jesters. This team has been around for 30 years, Maddie. out of the tri-state area, long-running franchise.
And they're still good, obviously, in the top 4. 3 top 4s in the last 5 events for the Jesters. Putting a ton of pressure here on these remaining bodies for Distortion. So initially Distortion playing the aggressor at the first start of this point, but nice counterattack so far and good zone control for the Jesters. Sends them up a body, and now they got a ton of real estate as well, too.
Yep, both wedges now into the Dorito 2 are the Jesters. They're in the snake already, showing good field understanding, good field control with the 1-point lead and the 1-body advantage. Oh, but they're going to lose their player out of the Dorito side. That's something of a tough death. Might have gotten shot cross field. I think they're losing another. They are. So suddenly, wild side with the 4-on-3. Good move by Bispo. I think it's getting chaotic over here on the snake side.
It's definitely getting chaotic here in the snake as Micah is still alive, though. Micah Hayes in the chaos in the snake still has a pretty solid spot. Here come the Jesters. They're going to be moving up on the D side and only looking at 2 bodies. No one's looking towards the D side. Is going to run the highway on that side. Potential penalty. Running referee. No, he's still alive.
Nice.
And he just blasts the last body. So great counterattack here for the Jesters.
Minor penalty flying on whom? I think it's on Wildside Distortion here for talking. Yeah, talking penalty on Distortion. That is a tough break. Might be starting down a body.
Nice moves by Anton to finish that one off. So what was the penalty on? Did you see?
Talking. I saw the ref make the running the mouth quack quack
on the
motion.
Jesters?
No, I believe it was on Distortion.
Okay.
I think that guy who got run down saying, I shot him, I shot him, I shot him, talking player.
My paintball soul was about to take a hit when you win the point and then get some
player out
needless
of the Dorito
penalty.
Side. That's something of a tough death. Might have gotten shot cross field. I think they're
So here's the
losing
chaos
another.
on the snake side here as Bispo comes through.
Wild
Ooh, a little 2-for-1 trade here for Bispo.
Good.
No penalty was assessed on that. And then I think this was Micah Hayes who was alive there, but the big move on the D side came from Anton.
Yeah, and it was that player who got bunkered who gets in the ref's face right there. They don't like that.
No, they definitely do not. It's a little early for that. So, collision. And the Jungle Cats. Collision losing a body early. Jungle Cats with 5 alive so far. 5-on-4 situation here.
Wow, developing really well are the Jungle Cats. Quickly into these wedges. Quickly into the Snake 3.
I think that's Danny Park. Good kill here for the Jungle Cats to shoot out the first attacker on the Snake side for Collision and Danny Park.
They've also shot the first attacker on the Dorito side, so quickly a 5-on-3 advantage here for the Jungle Cats with a 1-point deficit. That's exactly what you're looking for. Kills off the break. Another player coming into the Snake, though, for Collision.
And looks like Ramirez is going to take the walk, so bit of a busted one here so far for Collision. Just a few bodies out there, but they do have a lead, so they're going to try to hope for some low-body heroics. They get a little bit of it. Lucas eats up a body here in the Snake. Good job by Lucas taking over the attack now. Do they know where he is? Oh, but then Lucas is going to get smoked as he comes around that 50. Shot from the wedge.
Yeah, so 4-on-1 now in favor of the Jungle Cats. Going to try to run down this last body. Got to be a little careful there. Not hit. He's clean. Thought he might have gotten picked up by the Collision player. Does not. He might even think about hitting that buzzer. He does. Jungle Cat's going to tie it up at 1.
In the pits here with the newly renamed Jungle Cats. It's as cool as the field is, Bear Ridge. Jungle Cats is just a way cooler name if you're going to be a pro team.
Yeah, and I love that calm by the player on the Jungle Cats. Talk to Deuce Boys. It's always red alert. With bad vision on the Snake landing zone, you just always got to play like the Snake is hot on this field. That's a good call. It's always red alert. Always assume the Snake's hot.
I just didn't have. I didn't see Danny come off the field. Fire was on me on the straight, so I went
The
back
Jungle
inside,
Cats already
dodged,
sitting at 2-0 in these ranking showdowns here, Maddie. This is their third and final.
Yeah, Jungle Cats, they've been outstanding. Going to be a pro team next year. I was talking to Mike Heyman about it. I don't think there's any way that Collision can catch them. Mike McGowan talking to his coach right now. Two-point lead for the Jesters. See if Distortion could get something going here.
Going to lose one out of the backfield off the break or first 15 seconds. That's not going to help. And Jesters with a 2-0 lead, digging out to that Dorito 4 off the break cleanly. And with Bispo back in the snake, Jesters taking it to him right now.
Yeah, the Jesters looking really good here in this seeding match. Again, these teams are already going to be moving on to Sunday. Double stack of bodies in the snake here currently for Distortion. One looking down the sideline and one looking inside. But they're going to be dropping their second body, though. This is Wank in the snake.
Jesters saying find the bodies, but the concession is going to come before they have the chance. Distortion has seen enough. It's been all Jesters in those Shep Ferry style red jerseys. Like the Obey art. I think those are pretty cool, Maddie. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I like them. It's always, World Cup's fun for many reasons, but sometimes guys will be rocking special jerseys because it's Cup. All the new gear comes out at our vendor village, they should be calling it. Really is a little village over there.
It's a fun feeling in the village, teaming with activity and EDM music all day. Disobey. They have. That's sort of misrepresenting what the Obey was all about with Shep Ferry. It's kind of implied in the Obey, but it's all right. A little literalism, no problem.
Together, all five at once. What I don't like is we had Cozy, the farthest fucking gun, was the only.
Tie ball game right now, 1-1. Collision on the blue side, and they're going to run out wide here, snake side. So a little bit of risk out wide. They shoot the snake attacker here for the Jungle Cats. This is a rematch from the last event in Texas where Collision did take a 2-3 victory. Air Ridge, though, a couple wins for them to start the season out. And looks like Danny Park going to get into the snake very quickly all the way into snake 3. And they're going to get in. And yeah, Danny Park actually going to be taking the walk after getting into that spot.
Yeah, that 50 brick player. Danny Park head checked and saw him, then tried to engage him. Brick player eats him up for Jungle Cats. Nice job. Another one walking for Collision. So it's a 4-on-3. Make it a 4-on-2
yeah, Ramirez,
in favor of the Jungle Cats.
Ramirez taking the walk from that back center. Lucas is going to have to go to work here. Try to save this point in a drastically low body situation. 4-on-2. Mike was just saying here in favor of the Jungle Cats. Still 9:26 to go. Points running at a pretty, I'd say, average clip from what we've seen out here. Not slow, not too fast.
Jungle Cats dipping into that snake corner. That's a good move to keep Lucas in check on that snake side. Oh, and making moves up the Dorito side. He gets taken out. It's a trade, however. That's a good trade for the Jungle Cats. Now 3-on-1. Just Lucas in the snake. Oh, it was a major penalty on Collision, so their last body's going to be pulled. And they're going to start down one. Jungle Cat's going to take a 1-0 lead. So nice move on that Dorito side. Bunkering out the player over there. The refs didn't like the way the Collision player shot back at him. Major penalty. Tough turn of events.
Yeah, that's a tough one. They do have some time to work through this, though, Mike. Right around 9 minutes left to go. But, yeah, him not going to be happy. We do not want to get majors when we don't have enough bodies to pull. We don't want mistakes from the last point to move on to the next point. Jesters looking real good here against Distortion. Distortion has a pretty deep roster of some names I've seen out here before. Pretty much everyone on the team. Kevin Wank, Michael Unger, Nate Roberts, Vasilios, Zach.
Yeah, Zach Hogue, formerly
Frederick Berkeley. Yeah, Fred Berkeley on the squad. Love that.
Unger, formerly of Uprising, right? Unger. Or is he an Aftermath guy? I don't know. I definitely know that name, though. Distortion. So many former pros in semi-pro. It's such a deep division. Right now, it's all NJ Jesters. Ooh, bad jump, though, on the Dorito side. They do shoot at least one. They know they shoot 2 off the break. Look kind of like a busted play from Distortion.
Yeah, a couple bodies coming off right now for Distortion. Thought for a second their Snake player might be taking the walk, but he's good to go.
So I believe it is a 4-on-3 advantage Jesters. Distortion, though, with some good spots. That 50 brick and the Snake 3 now into Dorito 2. So down points, down a body, but with some forward progress. That's what you're going to need here to crawl back into this one. Bispo, though, he's been a thorn in the side. He's already in the Snake for the Jesters. He's been there all match long.
Yeah, Wank in the Snake for Distortion. Bispo for the Jesters. That's the battle going down right now in a slight high body situation here for the Jesters, which really bodes well for them. They have a pretty sizable 3-point lead here. And up a body, this is a tough one for Distortion. You don't want to concede. You know, you're only down a body, but Jesters, it would be ideal for them to try to slow play this just a bit, try to burn a little bit of this clock off, work the high body situation. Don't let Distortion get crazy, run through any gaps they have no business running through. But just play a smart brand of paintball to protect this lead right now, because they've already taken ground. They're up all the way up in D4. Got body in Snake 2. Looking solid here tactically for the Jesters.
Yeah, and there's not much that can happen for Distortion on this Snake side right now with Bispo in there with an Overwatch. So I think it's that Dorito side that's going to have to create some action for them. Try to break the static here.
Well, Bispo does move up. Roberts is begging somebody to gunfight him. He's in D2 for Distortion, but not getting a ton of engagement. When you're down a bunch of points and you're down a body, you kind of have to hope that guys will get into gunfights with you and that you win them. But Distortion losing a gunfight in the middle, and they're going to be dropping the body out of Snake. So now they're going to be forced to concede here. They're going to let Roberts spin it for a little bit, though.
Yeah, I think that was that Cozy over there on the Dorito side for them? Or Anton? I don't know who it was, but on the Dorito side, he cut in from the Dorito 4 into that center brick on the Dorito side, killed that wedge player in the back. Might have killed the Snake as well, but really nice job breaking the point open, taking a commanding 4-0 lead. I believe Mercy Rule is 5 in semi-pro.
There you go, Anton.
Oh, Bispo pumped up. Oh, yeah, there you go, Anton. Yeah, they're looking good right now.
Yeah, the gun's so slow.
Yeah, Anton over there just feeling no pressure. He was in that Dorito 4, cut inside, generated some kills from out of there. Not just trying to lock it down and kill clock. They wanted to eat. Those boys from Jersey with their 2 Russians on there. Yeah, 2 Russian guests. These guys have been around a while, Cozy and Anton. Anton, the assistant captain. NJ Jesters in full control, but
yeah, they just promoted him to assistant captain. Captain Jake Snyder. Assistant captain Anton.
Right now, though, Jungle Cats have won 2 unanswered after Collision won the first point, and taking Snake 3 and Dorito 3 off the break. So showing no respect for the Collision guns, getting what they want wide off the break. However, Collision is getting into the Snake themselves. Jungle Cats filtering into that Dorito wedge. They're moving with a lot of freedom, Matty.
Yeah, they are really looking confident right now. Gonna triple stack over here towards the Snake side, sending the body from the back center over to the Boston Paintball can. They already have the Insane door outside wide and Snake 3, so deciding to push their extra body this way. Or not extra body, but it's going to be a triple stack of bodies attacking the Snake side. The D side's been very potent too, but this is a very balanced field. Middle is very important. Seen a lot of points won from the D side, a lot from the Snake. Ooh, Collision filtering up and getting clipped out, trying to get into the wedge. That turns it into a 4-on-5 here in favor of the Jungle Cats.
Now, I think we had forgotten, I certainly had forgotten that I believe Collision was starting with 4 there. So I think it's actually a 5-on-3 after that talking penalty in the last one. That probably explains why Jungle Cats were able to take so much ground, but they do lose a body out of the snake corner, so 3-on-4. Great move down the snake side, bunkers him clean. Danny Park, Maddie, you've been saying the name, making it happen right there for Collision.
Yeah, huge move for Danny. Let's see if he can continue to convert this, though. And then here comes the inside route. I think Danny shot him before he got there. Let's see if...
Is he dead? Check him. Is he dead? Yeah, get out.
Oh, they're gonna. It's going to be a trade. Danny not liking that call at all. It did look like Danny might have had the drop on him for a second, but there were 3 refs there calling it a clean trade. And then as that was going down, Jungle Cats also looking like able to win the battle with Ramirez on the D side.
Jungle Cats definitely have a body.
Yeah, and they have the lead, so they're just going to wait for Collision to concede this. This is going to be 3-1 now in favor of the Jungle Cats.
Oh, minor penalty. On whom?
Wow, so they were trying to burn clock, and they're going to pull out the last body on a minor?
Yeah.
Oh, we don't see that very often.
So that Jungle Cats player apparently had a hit on his pack. They call the minor penalty. That's not going to be a swing point. This is a nuanced rule that's good to know, Maddie. When the major pulls the last body, it's a swing point. When a minor pulls the last body, it is a no point. So it's not the ref's responsibility. Players are responsible.
I stood there. Just stop.
You moved forward. You did. Sorry.
Is that Rios? Oh, Rios. Oh, not happy about that one. But, yeah, Mike, you are correct.
It's not the ref's responsibility to pull you. It's your responsibility to call yourself out when you're hit. If you do anything, talk, move, whatever, pull your gun up, you are playing on, you qualify for a minor. That's just the way it is in the book. Sorry. But now, New Jersey Jesters looking to put the finishing touches on a mercy rule victory over Distortion. Distortion, plenty of time to crawl back in this one. Just need this point right here, that's for sure.
D-side body went in a little bit too high here for the Jesters. If he had dove into, because he went around D2, if he had dove into D3, would have made it clean. But he went in chest up, and that's going to cost him his body.
Yeah, that was Anton, so 5-on-4. That's what you need if you're Distortion to try to get back in this match against the NJ Jesters.
Yeah, good position here for Distortion. They have some time. They have enough time to score 4 points, but they need to play at a pretty fast pace.
Yeah, and you're going to have to work out Bispo on that snake side, and you can see that the Distortion players are concerned with him. Bispo has been really tough to dig out. He just killed his mirror down the wire. Goodness gracious, number 17, Bispo playing big here for Jesters. Oh, but they are going to lose a player out of that Dorito side from that South Electronics door. That was Goldberg taking the walk. So 3-on-4 advantage Distortion. Now onto Jester's side of the field. Tries to sneak one in cross field on Bispo. Those ones were coming in hot, but Bispo able to get down and dodge.
Yeah, staying down low. Every second that ticks off the clock is a good thing for the Jesters here with this sizable 4-point lead. Might be dropping the body from the back center, and they do.
And Bispo taking the walk.
That was Jake Snyder taking the walk. Bispo taking the walk. Oh, not. Busted point here for the Jesters, finally for Distortion, as they're going to get on the board. 1-2-4 will be the score with 6:15 to play.
Yeah, down 3, 6:15, 2-minute per point pace. You're right back in it if you're Distortion, fighting with their backs against the wall, getting a couple feet off the wall now. Trying to crawl their way back into the seeding matchup against the Jesters.
Jungle Cat still up a point after that rough minor on Rios, who's not happy about that call.
What's that? When you put Kevin on the wire, it's 50-50. What do you mean? 50-50 is a gunfight. No, it's because the dude was standing on the top on me, so I wanted him to have a gun. He played the wire. I tried to switch him, but I should have been more dominant on him, tell him to switch back. You got to tell him, just look that way, not play that way. Yeah, so fuck that. Yeah. How much time we got? That's fine.
Jungle Cats up 1. Looked like they were going to go up 2. Could be a momentum swing back in Collision's favor. They've had some speed bumps after that first point. Going to run Danny Park, snake off the break into the Dorito one corner and kill one off the break. That's a great breakout for Collision. Killing two, killing the Dorito runner as well. 5-on-3 Collision.
Collision now wrapping around and making it into the 50-yard line. Battle going down here in the snake on your screen. Danny Park for Collision has an opportunity, but he's going to get run down as soon as he shot inside. He's going to stitched up, and looks like Jungle Cat's going to be staying alive. Beautiful move. Oh, and he finally gets taken out of there. Still, Danny had to die, so nice move for the Jungle Cats. They had the 1-point lead. Would have liked him to stay alive a little bit longer in there. He didn't really have to recklessly engage inside.
Yeah, exactly, Matty. You said it. I thought he was going to get his team right back into this point by getting that +1 trade, but immediately throws it away. So it's a 4-on-2 advantage Collisions. They got that Dorito side double stack in the D4 and D2. They also got the snake corner in the Boston Paintball insert can. Both Jungle Cats players are shooting Dorito way. Now coming down the wire, but just not a lot of pressure for these Collision boys. I imagine they're just trying to get the kill count right before they start going to work. Filtering inside to the wedge, now getting on the wrap. That player is almost totally uncontested. It's just the snake corner player shooting cross field to hold up that Dorito side attack for Collision.
Yeah, Collision looking pretty solid here if they can get a body into the snake. Lucas is going to dip into the snake. Actually, I think, no, Lucas is in the back corner. Collision nicely all the way past the 50-yard line here as we crack the 5-minute mark with two players attacking the D side and putting the Jungle Cats here on their heels. Last body's tucked in, and just last body singular in the back corner bunker, and he's about to get run down.
Yeah, it was McGowan taking a little bit there. LA Collision, they like to give a little extra. Famously got a little spicy with Preferred Mob earlier this year. I believe overshooting was the root of that brouhaha. But right now, tying it up against the Jungle Cats. And the momentum firmly in Collision's direction now after that botched 2-on-0 situation for the Jungle Cats with that minor penalty.
Yeah, I misspoke earlier. I just had to take a second look at the roster. Castro is on the squad.
Gotcha. Yeah, I thought I saw him around the venue, but haven't seen him much on the field out here, have we?
Look at the replay here. Last little bunker move. So it's McGowan as the last body left alive. What was that? Going headhunting a little bit here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe extra, 10. You can't really count the first burst when he gets bunkered. Those are just, you're just going to get shot a few times in that situation. But did catch a couple extra walking off.
Just got to know exactly where that line is. It's a feel thing.
It always looks worse in slow-mo.
Oh, of course. Right now, Jester's up 3, wild side distortion. Gonna need some points here. Got to keep the foot on the gas pedal. Wow, running into that 50 mini wall on the snake side off the break. I believe he made it. But now Jester is getting into that wedge on the snake side with Cozy, I believe, one of their Russians.
Distortion diving into the wedge, making it clean. And here comes the Jesters, though. The double stack of bodies here. From the red side, Bispo back in the snake form. They're going to be shooting body in the backfield here for Distortion.
Yeah, that's a really tough death because it was 3-on-3 on this side with a lot of players in close range. You need that back guy there to be on the overwatch, clean things up, but now advantage Jesters on the snake side for sure. Both players in this mini wall. We call this a poison situation. Looks like Distortion going to try to come forward and dig him out. Not going to happen. They're going to lose another. So Jesters just meeting offense with offense over here. Well, that player must have died.
Yeah, so Jester's going to put another one on the board here to extend the lead back to 4.
Yeah, I heard the Jesters calling story time. It's a common call for, hey, we don't need to hit that buzzer. Let's chill out for a while. Take our time. share a nice tail on the field. Jester's looking strong.
Cobra off the break. Cobra off the break, Mike.
Yeah, in these seeding games, you're playing the top 4 squads, so if you can put up a big score, it is a good statement to the league. You guys look like you have the field dialed. It's also a good look for him to, 'cause, yeah, it's the same layout, but this layout on the semi-pro field might have a couple inch here, inch there, maybe slight elevation change. It's not always going to be perfectly the same.
Yeah, that's
so it's good
true.
they're getting spins out here on this.
I agree. Maddie, I went to 187 crew. They were playing semi-pro out here. Did not move on in the tournament, but Eddie Painter had a good line, pro experience. He said, and if you're going to play one of these teams again later in the tournament, the smarter team wins the second matchup. So these seeding matchups get you familiar with an opponent you might see later tomorrow afternoon on this field. Right now, tie game. Jungle Cats, Collision, both teams getting 5 alive. Never mind Danny Park getting shot off the break. That's a huge kill for the Jungle Cats.
Yeah, Lucas was wrapping around thinking about maybe diving into the snake, but he's going to be a little bit patient. It is tied 2-2. They do have 4 minutes to work with and down a body. So Lucas going to chill in that back spot here for a little bit. Now let's see if the Jungle Cats can work with this 50 for that 5-on-4. They have a body in good position. The snake, he's just about to reach snake 3. Being very careful. He's got his gun up, though, so he does not have the comms that Danny's dead, because he has his barrel up like he's about to get run down from the snake. There's no one in there to run him down.
Yeah, also that center brick player looks like he's playing as if the snake's hot.
And a body dying from the backfield here for the Jungle Cats. This is tough because that's the back player that could feed these two information, and they're a little bit out of the play right now because they're focusing on a body that doesn't exist.
Exactly, Maddie. It's a 4-on-4 situation. Jungle Cats very concerned about Danny Park. 3 guns looking inside, but nobody in the snake for Collision.
Yeah, and that death of the backfield even up the body count. Couldn't see who it was from Collision that won that gunfight, but that was huge.
I see 3 bodies for sure for Collision. Oh, 4 definitely. They have the Dorito 3, the South Electronics door, the Boston Paintball can, and the Snake Corner now into the Dorito corner. So certainly a 4-on-4 here. Jungle Cats calling red alert, coming in on 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. If they can figure out that there's no one in the snake, they're going to have a positional advantage here. If they wait too long, then that Collision player, oh, now into the snake is Lucas. So holding that red alert might just end up working out for them. Two minutes left, tie game. This is becoming the point, as we say, Maddie.
Yeah, it really is becoming the point. Neither team with an advantage. Might even see an overtime period here because it's even on the body count.
Lucas crawling forward into Snake 3. So those Jungle Cat players have been waiting for him basically all point long. Now he actually is there. Looks like he's wary of that center brick. Comes up with his gun up.
Lucas. And Lucas kept the pack up just a little bit too much. Actually, I think he got shot in the face in his first engagement.
Wow.
So the patience played out nicely here for the Jungle Cats. He waited on that angle for the entire point. Initially, there was no one there to shoot at, but eventually Lucas crawled up into that gap and lost his first gunfight. Here comes the launch from the Jungle Cats. Does get chopped in half before he gets him. That forces the movement over from his wedge player.
And I think that issue is just that center player never called that he shot the snake, and then he gets shot, and then he catches a minor. So falling apart here for the Jungle Cats. Probably want to concede here in a 3-on-1. Probably going to go down 1 to Collision unless number 32 for the Jungle Cats can pull out some magic here, Maddie.
Yeah, and Collision's starting to put it together. It happened right in front of Ramirez, so Ramirez is able to see that penalty, and now David Ramirez should be able to come down and get that last kill. Nicely executed. Good eyes down the field here for David Ramirez. He's having a pretty solid game here for Collision.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe because this is a seeding matchup, the Jungle Cats are uninterested in extending it, running up the paint bill, running out of gas with their players. They're just going to take the 1-point defeat here to Collision.
Well, this was a rematch of the finals in Texas. Collision took that one 3-2. This is also going to be a 3-2 win for Collision. So playing the #1 team in the division here, Collision, and they've won the past 2 engagements.
Yeah, and how backbreaking does it feel to have that minor penalty in a 2-on-0 situation there? Should have been up 1, creaks the door open for Collision, and then they burst through. Bonus balling, making it happen, down bodies here in the game-deciding point. Good job by Collision, Hinman's boys.
Yeah!
Never a shortage of passion when David Ramirez is on the squad, that's for sure.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Fucking go, guys.
Thank you for picking me up.
Oh, that was great. Thank you for picking me up. That's good team chemistry right there.
So there is enough time for Distortion to get back in this match with 5 minutes, but they have to play a very hyper-aggressive brand of paintball because it's been mostly the Jesters.
Yeah, you're just at over a minute per point here to get back in this one, so 60-second pace. It's got to be the way it is from here on out for Distortion. Jesters, they want that Mercy Rule victory, but they're going to lose Anton, assistant captain, off the Dorito side, off the break, so door creaking open for Distortion.
Yeah, Distortion here, getting all the way into the brick. And yeah, the body coming off for Jesters from that D side. So this is what Distortion wanted, 5-on-4 situation. But they need to be pushing the pace here. Looks like they're trying to, but they do lose the body up in the middle.
Yeah, lost one out of the middle, lost one filtering forward on the Dorito side, so just 3 bodies left alive and way off on the pace. So this is going to be a Jester's victory, barring some wild shenanigans, major penalties.
Yeah, I mean, Distortion losing a couple bodies, I just can't criticize those guys right now.
No.
You're down 4, you only have 4 minutes left. You just have to recklessly attack and call those low percentage attacks. And they still have a couple bodies out there, 3 bodies to work with, but
in a 3-on-4 situation in favor of the Jesters with their 4-point lead. Might be hearing the story time call from the Jesters here. Kill some clock. Let Distortion, Zach Hogue in the snake, former Blast Camp player, former San Diego Aftermath player, now here with Distortion. Just trying to find something on the inside. Very little available to him. A lot of heat coming in on him.
yeah, good comms here for the Jesters. In good positions to burn clock. Now down to 3 minutes.
Hogue taking a look down the wire. Taking a look over the top inside.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to run the highway, which he could do right now because the back center is looking towards the D side. So he's going to get one. Shoots Bispo, but just a trade.
Yeah, trades don't help too much here. It's a 3-on-2 Jesters advantage. Not enough time here for Distortion to get back into this match. Might still be able to win this point, but
yeah, I still like that. I like that move from Hogue. What are you gonna do?
Oh, yeah.
You got 3 guys in front of you, and maybe you run through and you catch the 2 guys looking the opposite way. You get the first one, he spins, penalty. You never know. But if you sit in your bunker, nothing's gonna happen.
That's for sure, Matty. No shade on Hogue there. Got to go for it. But Distortion going to lose another body. It's just one left alive. Looks like it's going to be a Jesters Mercy Rule victory. Jesters, another team not known for mercy when it comes to bonus balling. Saw a great clip earlier this year from one of these 10-man events where one of the classic oh, maybe pulling out a 1-on-3 here? Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. So a sloppy close here does keep Distortion in the match. Wow. I did not think that we were going to see that guy pull that off. What a great job.
No number
no
on
name,
the back.
no number on his back.
No Name Joe right there pulling out the 1-on-3. Respect to him. Sloppy close from the Jesters. They thought it was a wrap. Went to sleep on No Name Joe, and Joe gave it to him.
Oh, talking about stepping on a landmine.
1:42 left on the clock, down 3.
I mean, it's going to be really hard, but I mean, 142 on this field, maybe.
Yeah, you're going to need 1 point at 42 second pace and then 2 points at 30 second pace.
Realistically, what they really need is some, I don't know, a gross major on the Jesters.
Yeah.
Or maybe 3 kills off the break.
Yep.
Maybe you have to go heavy guns here. Try to get 3 kills on the break, which we've seen a few times out here.
Zach, where you at?
So definitely possible, but we've seen some 20-second points out here, mostly because it's either early penalty, 3 kills on the break, some sort of bomb goes off. But that is going to be the ask from the universe here currently for Distortion.
Yeah, might want to save those prayers for a game tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't want to use it in the seeding matchup.
Very true.
Is that John Iannucci in there? I believe it is for Distortion. Former pro coach Iannucci. Coach Blastcamp. That's probably how Hogue ended up over there. Coached Aftermath. Now with Distortion.
Yeah, this Distortion roster is pretty stacked. No, they're not having the best look here against the Jesters, but they have a pretty stacked roster with guys we've seen out here playing high-level paintball before.
Yeah, you know when you go to the PB Leagues page and it has that black backdrop for the official photos for the Pro League? You know,
that's a good point.
Instead of it just being like a blue sky or
like a selfie from your bedroom.
Selfie from the bedroom or the front seat of the car. It's all black backdrops, professional photography. It's like, oh, that guy's played pro.
Yeah, they have 5 of them on the Distortion roster. Actually 6, including Berkeley.
It's a little controversial, but I like the rule change. When you get relegated, everyone gets re-ranked to semi-pro. Doesn't matter how long you've been up there.
Yeah, it was a little controversial.
Yeah, keep them in the game. You know, like keep that team together instead of exiling people into like, all right, now you don't get to play paintball for 3 years.
Yeah, conversation for a podcast,
Yeah.
but that's kind of the situation. Guys would rank up and kind of rank out of ever playing any sort of divisional paintball.
Right.
If those guys really want to play, they can't play pro, well, what do we do?
Yeah.
Sure, the lower-ranked semi-pro teams are letting us have it right now in the chat.
Yeah, grow up.
Maddie, we can't have these sandbaggers playing down here. Give us a chance.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should move down. Sorry.
Brutal.
All right, now.
So vicious in your old age.
I guess I am. Jesters, 3-point lead. Distortion, got to come for it right here. They go snake off the break. They go Dorito 3. They make them both. They kill nobody. That's the big factor here. No kills off the break. Hogan, the snake 3, not going to have a lot to shoot at.
Yeah, this is not ideal for Distortion's chances. As we were just talking about, they needed multiple kills on the break. They are trying to risk it, taking a ton of ground. So back players need to filter up as well, too, as quickly as they can.
Ooh, I thought Hogue might have got, or the second player, Bispo, and the snake for the Jesters might have caught one. Does not. Distortion going to lose one out of the Dorito side. They do have a player onto the Jesters side of the field. They need 3 points right here. One doesn't help. So 5 on. We're at 4 on 4 now. Distortion with some spots, but just not enough time here, Maddie, with a 3-point deficit.
Yeah, 38 seconds left to go. It's just going to be, what's the margin look like? As the referee's going to get in, no penalty assessed. As the Jesters, a little counterattack after absorbing the offense from Distortion. Thinking about maybe running down and try to put another one on the board. Not going to need it. Pretty solid win for them here. Looking pretty good against, like I said, pretty stacked team. So I just got some information from, shout out to Vince Cunningham.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he said No Name Joe is Andrew Garrity. That was the guy that pulled off the 1-on-3.
Nicely done, Andrew Garrity, in that 1-on-3. Not enough in the end. New Jersey Jesters taking the win, but love to see those 1-on-3, 1-on-4s. They're rare. Good job, Jesters.
That is going to do it here for this set. Again, seeding round for the top 4 semi-pro squads. Collision and Jesters taking the wins here. We'll see these all 4 of these teams playing on Sunday. Next up is going to be AC
you
Diesel.
Play on the pro field, do pro fucking shit.
All right, do the toss, but
great game, but we play to the fucking buzzer. All right.
Always parental advisory when we cut to the pits. AC Diesel taking on Papalto and Infamous and Energy Elite here as we jump back into the pro division and get through these prelim matches. Let's get a look at the schedule here and into our 8:55 game. Diesel, Papalto, Infamous, Energy Elite. And then after that, it's going to be the Tauntauns and the Hurricanes, Heat and Uprising. And then Diesel, Leverage, and Infamous Extreme. And then game I can't wait for, the Commander's Cup, Marines taking on Navy for first and second. So we'll be right back here on a Major League Paintball Plus. See you in just a few.
There is a sport you've never seen. A game of speed, chaos, and precision, where milliseconds decide legends. Now, you get to see it for yourself.
Big moment in pro paintball history.
Let's go!
Major League Paintball Plus is your all-access pass to the sport's biggest stage. The exclusive home to live tournament paintball action, featuring semifinals and finals of all NXL major events, and much more.
It's just a fantastic time for paintball and all our fans. Just love it.
Go beyond the field with Major League Paintball Plus.
They're really trying to reach every player out there and not just the elite of the elite. They're trying to really show that carbon is the gear for paintball players.
We're an all-in package, so everything from head to toe that we're wearing, but we chose that. It did not get forced on us, but once you wear the product, it speaks for itself.
You can pick and choose what you want in your package. They allow you to be your team the way you want your team to be. And that's what I like about Carbon.
With Carbon, the freedom to wear things without being a factory team or a sponsored team or something like that is so alluring to us. Because over at Battle Creek and at Wolfpack, we like to choose what we believe in. And Carbon checks that box.
It's not just NXL, that's the beautiful thing. Carbon is involved in so many different off leagues. It's insane. I, at EXL, have racked up probably $3,000 or $4,000 with Carbon this year alone because we've got 4 wins.
With the Carbon Cash, you can buy whatever you want through the portal. They really care about you and repping their products, and they give it back to you at the end of the day.
What I really like about Carbon is you're not just a number. You're an actual person, you're an actual team. They are truly building relationships. These guys care, and they care about the divisional player.
The Missouri All-Stars would not be the team without Carbon and without the guys at Carbon. It's the most important piece of the puzzle.
Left to the right, to the left, to the right, let it happen better.
Available now, online, or at the HK Army booth.
Hey, it's BRNT at CRBN, here at the DRV, an absolute hot rod force feed wonder. What separates the DRV from the competition is our LCD display on the back. This has a built-in timer, ideal for classic paintball, but if you're playing anytime paintball at all, the ability to know what's going on without a scoreboard is an advantage. Along with our adjustable torque settings, 1 through 5, allows you to shoot any paint in every condition. If you're shooting super brittle paint, turn it down. If you trust the paint, it's a little bit harder, you can turn it all the way up, shoot 25 balls a second, no problem. The DRV features a revolutionary automatic anti-jam, no button to push. The DRV also features an aluminum feed neck for an absolutely positive gun mount. DRVs feature a magnetic, tool-free disassembly. You can field strip the loader in seconds. Each DRV includes a speed feed, rain lid, and charging cable for the lithium-ion battery. They also ship in a zippered case. DRV is currently available in 8 different colorways. Learn more about the DRV at crbnpaintball.com.
And we are back here at 2025 NXL World Cup. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffries. Right now it's AC Diesel taking on Papalto. We're starting to get into these last prelim matches to see who's going to move on to Sunday. Also in this set, it's going to be Infamous and Energy Elite. So Papalto, one of their players, going down with an injury yesterday, broke his arm on a dive.
He broke the arm?
That's what I was told. Which in that situation...
Yeah,
maybe best case scenario if someone's going to go down here. Yeah. Obviously not best case because it was broken, but I take that over off a socket injury or
sure.
So we send our best wishes to him. And Diesel must-win situation for them right now. They're going to be point number 1. Get a look at their line. Looks like Mark Johnson going to get a spin here with Lackey. Be playing that D side with BJ Henning or with Mark Baginski.
Let's tighten it up, okay?
Clint Johnson playing out of the back center. Papalto has struggled out here, coming up from Brazil. But if your AC Diesel can't take anybody lightly on this pro field, doesn't matter if they only shot one body against the Tauntauns, you got to go to work. If you're AC Diesel, BJ Henningberg quickly into the snake. Jared Lackey into the Dorito 2. It's a 5-on-5 breakout.
Yeah, good crossfield spread here for these squads. Looks like BJ was thinking about moving up into snake 2. Here comes a big bite right now for Papalto as they get all the way to the wedge, and another move on the D side. He gets into D2. Both those players are clean. Some nice transitions into some forward spots. Still 5-on-5. Papalto going to dive into the snake.
What I like about Papalto is they do not play afraid. They come forward. They know how they want to attack the field. The execution and the gun battling and off-the-break shooting hasn't been there, hasn't been at the level. But all respect in terms of the aggression and the attitude from the boys from Rio de Janeiro, traveling up from Brazil for this World Cup, looking to put their first prelim victory on the board here against AC Diesel. So far, neither team losing a body, Matty.
Yeah, the players catching a ton of pressure in snake 3 for Papalto. BJ Henneberg head checking down that sideline. Think about where he wants to put his gun. Yeah, he's going to continue this battle down the sideline. Has to worry about that back corner. Bunker is putting a decent amount of pressure on him here. So it looks like he might actually crawl up.
Slight positional advantage for Papalto. They're in the Dorito 3 and that Dorito side wedge and in the snake 3.
BJ actually head checked the inside gap just to make sure that his opponent wasn't crawling around onto his side while that back corner was putting him in. That's actually a smart little head check there for BJ.
Certainly is. We saw J-Rab make a nice move in that alley yesterday. Now Mark Johnson filtering forward into the insert bunker to support BJ Henneberg. That's good for communication, good for overwatch. But one of the slower, longer points we've seen for Papalto out here. Hanging tough in a longer 5-on-5. Moving that Dorito 3 bunker around quite a bit as he's catching pressure from Baginski.
Yeah, good communication here from both Diesel and Papalto. Talking it up here. Still 5-on-5. This is, for this layout, a pretty long 5-on-5 situation.
Now here comes BJ Henneberg first. Oh, I thought that wedge player had been shot for Papalto. No, he's clean. BJ Henneberg now to the snake 3, and he's going to be the first to walk. So 5-on-4 advantage Papalto against Diesel here. Papalto in our 3-man competition put up some points against some good teams. Trying to put one up against Diesel here. Now have a high body situation.
Yeah, they struggled a little bit more in the 5-on-5 version of this than they did in the 3-man, as they, like you said, getting off some good starts. But this is a high body situation they got to try to convert on.
I like the poise we're seeing here, not freaking out, even though they saw that body come off. Playing with pretty good containment. Forward Dorito spot, they have that wedge, they have snake 2, they have the insert can on the cross, they have the snake corner, so 3 stack of bodies on the snake side. Good double setup on the Dorito side.
Yeah, and again, must-win situation in this match for Diesel as they are 0-2. They have 2 matches today. They play this game, and they also play Leverage. So to have any chance of moving on, need to win, and ideally win as the big of a margin as possible here.
Yeah, on paper, very winnable games. Leverage has been pretty good, though, at this tournament, but Papalto certainly the bottom dog so far in this tournament, but hanging tough here against Diesel in point number 1. In the 5-on-4 situation, Mark Johnson looking like he wants to crawl forward into the snake 3. Seeing just a lack of intention here from Diesel.
Now, Mark's going to crawl up, look inside, checks off on that brick, and sees where that body is at the wedge. Stays alive. Now gunned up down the sideline here. Papalto playing very disciplined on this 5-on-4 situation.
Well, what's tricky for Papalto is they've struggled so much that they haven't had a lot of closing situations. They haven't had a lot of high body situations, so they're kind of used to playing breakouts and things going poorly. Things going well, got to figure it out, especially in that Tauntauns game. They never even got their feet set in that one. But
I think this is Avery. He was playing the D side,
right,
but now he's on the snake side. He's been doing a good job here in this back corner bunker of controlling the action. Shows the versatility. Typically a front player. Here comes, yeah, Mark Johnson going to try to run him down. Did he trade out? No, he did not. So Mark Johnson taking the walk, and now a 5-on-3 situation in favor of Papalto. Good overwatch from Avery and his that other player inside as well, too. Oh, that's a tough death, though. 69 here dying for Papalto.
Yeah, you hate those deaths. The 5-on-3 is when you're really in a dominant situation body-wise. That's really when you hate those deaths out of bunkers, but still 4-on-3 advantage Papalto. It's Clint Johnson, Mark Baginski, and Jared Lackey. Looking at 3 Brazilian and 1 American bodies here.
Yeah, that's a really long point. Yeah, 4-on-3, down to 9-10 left here in point number 1. Oh, Avery's going to transition over. Like that move.
And this is no good if you're Diesel looking for some margin here. Everyone's blown out Papalto. You would like to have a blowout against Papalto if you're going to move on in this tournament. But, I think he might have gotten bounced, though. I didn't see anything break. Here, Clint Johnson wigging out there in the corner, but nothing broke on 5. His pack is empty, but his body is alive.
Well, with Avery transitioning to the middle, number 5 needs to stay alive in this spot. Because if he dies from this position, it's going to make Clint Johnson's life a lot easier.
Yeah, he's looking kind of nervous because he has almost no paint left. A little squirrely in there. Gets his gun up toward Clint Johnson. Good comms there from AC Diesel. Hey, Dorito 2, Ghetto, Delta, confirmed by Lackey and Baginski. Yeah. So Diesel definitely knows where 3 bodies are. I think they might have lost Avery, though.
Yeah, Avery's going to go up to the Badlands Tower, and then a transition over here from Baginski. Avery now into the wedge. Baginski into the back center. So Diesel does have a crossfield spread with E3 back center and the back corner bunker snake side. So Avery's trying to get a shot here on Lackey at that D3 position. Waiting for Lackey to post up inside.
Yeah, now into the Dorito 4s, Papalto. Cutting across into the snake is the Papalto player.
Yeah, he's on an island. He cannot die in this spot. He cannot be losing a gunfight to Clint Johnson down the sideline.
And Jared Lackey's paint was zipping in right at his back. He's got to be very careful. Here comes Clint Johnson into the snake. Looks like he wants to bunker him. I don't think he got there. Oof. Kind of lucky Clint Johnson doesn't catch a penalty there.
Yeah, Clint Johnson
doesn't put a ball on him. That's why he didn't catch a penalty.
Well, if he had caught 5 sleeping, that would have completely turned the tables in this, because Avery had to transition into the middle to try to get that shot here on Lackey. So now a 2-on-4 situation.
So it's Baginski and Lackey looking at 4 Papalto bodies. Very little paint out here. Papalto in one of their first closing situations. Number 5.
Yeah, and Avery can't have much paint left. I think he's got 1 pod.
Yeah, all you got to do is bunker out this guy in the Doritos. Oh, picking up paint off the ground is number 5. Dire situation. I'm looking at the pods around him to see if there's any freshies in those. Doesn't look like it.
Tough situation here for Avery is that Baginski does have Overwatch on Lackey. It's a far shot, but Avery has to either find a way to wait for Baginski to come off that lane and then run Lackey down. But he's definitely the body that could go. He's the closest body to Lackey.
Yeah.
So here goes Baginski. Baginski's going to go all the way up and might have a shot here on his back. And it's a beautiful job by Baginski to get the shot there on Avery. Chess match out here. And here comes, he's going to get the drop in on 5. Baginski's going to turn the tables in this one. 2-pack of kills here for Baginski. He's trying to find the last body crossfield.
And he's going to get him.
Ooh, Mark Baginski. Beautiful job in a low body situation. Also great job by Lackey to stay alive that whole time. So the combo of Jared Lackey and Mark the Iceman Baginski living up to his nickname right there.
Certainly was. Maddie, I'm going to push back on this is chess a little bit. I'm going to call that checkers a little bit.
Okay.
But still getting it done for AC Diesel. It's going for
yeah, look at the replay here. So Baginski already had got the kill crossfield on Avery Wynn. But no, that was Mark Johnson running to his death. And then there's the bounce. Ooh, that's a hard bouncer. It's like, oh, how I'm live. And then here comes Baginski. Finishing off that triple stack of kills.
He's going to say, king me. Nice job, Mark Baginski. Now we got Energy Elite out here in what should be their last match in Major League Paintball in the Pro Division. Infamous with plenty to play for here.
Yeah, these are tough situations if you're Infamous because you're playing a team with nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah. Infamous is 1-2.
Fans are getting a little rowdy here early on in Saturday morning's competition.
Yeah, I heard that guy yesterday. Die-hard Energy Elite fan. Love the passion out here.
Definitely had 5 Red Bulls this morning.
Looks like we got Austin Buffton. Not sure who 27 is for Energy Elite. Askern, Evan Manners, I believe Betancourt, and Ethan Adams. And it's Velez, Silberg, Reeser, Brusselbeck, and Jonah Jamrose for Infamous.
Infamous rolling with both Brusselbeck and Jamrose over here as their tackles on the Snakes side. And first to strike is going to be Infamous. But Sam Sober taking the walk as well, too. 4-on-4 situation here in point 1. Energy Elite on the blue side, Infamous and the Skull jerseys on the red side. Referee checking out the players doubled up in the back center here for Energy Elite. Brusselbeck dives into the Snake, and Jonah gets out wide. No one in the Snake yet, or even really on the Snake side. It's just one body this way here for Energy Elite.
Yeah, Ethan Adams died, I believe, going out to the corner off the break. Now 27 slipping into the Dorito 2, but it's all Infamous on the Snake side in point 1 here, Maddie. Held up by Askern. Jonah Jamrose has an easy wrap from that Snake corner, being uncontested by Evan Manners. Jonah communicating with Reeser and Velez in the backfield. Brusselbeck probing around in that Snake 3 for Infamous, looking for something to kill.
Yeah, Brusselbeck being patient in here. Good situation. An even body moment. Ooh, almost catches one cross field. Did Tim catch? Oh, that's just as I was saying, being patient. It's caught on a bounce shot, actually. Yeah. So effective bounce shot here for Energy Elite. Gives them a one body advantage.
Yeah, that's off that wedge into that Snake 3. We've seen so many people retreat into the Snake 2 for that reason. Some heaters come zipping into that Snake 3 position. That Snake 2 just a little bit safer. So Brusselbeck catch him on early. Body advantage here for Energy Elite. Trevor Reeser zipping into that Badlands tower in the middle of the field. Keeping eyes on the Snake side. Trying to make sure Manners and Askern can't dip out into that Snake easily. Jonah Jamrose looking like he wants to make his move into the Snake before very long. It's Velez, Reeser, and Jamrose against Manners, Askern, Buffton. I'm not sure who 27 is for Energy Elite. Evan Manners now getting into...
Yeah, I like that fill across here for Manners. Buffton getting it out the back center. They have some presence outside wide on the Snake side.
Energy Elite, their issue has been finding offense in high body situations. They like the control ball, but when it comes time to press the issue, they haven't really had that gear. Trevor Reeser moving easily into that Dorito side wedge. Great comms from Infamous here between Reeser and Jonah Jamrose. Cross field, Evan Manners getting into the Snake now. I don't believe that Reeser saw that. Manners now into the Snake 3. Reeser crawling into the brick on the Dorito side. Checking off that Dorito 4. Askern into the Snake corner.
Yeah, so Manners matched up right now. Two number 3s. So number 3, Jonah Jamrose versus number 3, Manners. Who's going to win this gunfight? Ooh, it looks like Jonah Jamrose is going to lose it to Manners. And that gives Energy Elite a two-body advantage here. Just 2 bodies left alive on the field here for Infamous, as they have a body up the middle with Reeser and then one over on the D side as well, too. It's looking good here in point 1 for Energy Elite. Manners going to crawl all the way here onto Infamous's side, and if he pops up, should have a free kill. Pops up at the right angle, should have a free kill cross field.
Yeah, Velez doing a nice job, though, of putting paint where he recognizes Manners might appear to try to protect himself, but Reeser doesn't have the comms. Okay, now Reeser does. Velez confirms he's in R Snake 1, but it's very tough. Oh, great move, Askern here to come get Reeser off the field. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Manners is killed by Velez.
Yeah, he does get killed cross field, and then Askren's going to get checked out. He's got a ton of rub on one side, but he's good to go, and that's going to force a concession here as there was a 3-on-1 in favor of Energy Elite.
Whoa. Whistler over here on the sidelines, trailing. Guttural. Ferocious in his support for Energy Elite. That is a super fan right there, Matty. I love seeing that passion here.
Yeah, showing up for the early game. Boys, look at this, though. Gunfight win for Evan Manners, which was pretty crucial at that moment. Really turned the snake side for him. Then he got on his belly, crawled all the way down, and engaged. And Askren is the one that drops the hammer up the middle of the field on Trevor Reeser. Stayed alive while doing it, even though Velez was able to get the shot on Manners to make it a little bit interesting here.
Askren and Manners, that duo right there was what opened it up for Energy Elite. Great comms by Askren. He was the one who let Manners know that Jamrose was there. But now Diesel, after pulling out that low body situation, they're going to lose BJ Henningberg off the break. Papalto looking like they got 5 out alive and into the Dorito 3. So again, an early body advantage for Papalto out of Rio de Janeiro against AC Diesel with just 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. One walking off now, so Diesel quickly does even the body count 4-on-4 with Jesse Stevens getting a kill wire to wire from the snake corner.
Yeah, but as we talked about, Diesel having a chance to move on. They need to get a win here, and they need to put up a pretty big score against Papalto, and they're just running out of time after that really long first one. And they were lucky Baginski stepped up. They're going to possibly lose that one.
You know, shout out Papalto. They just got absolutely destroyed. One of the worst beatings we've ever seen on the pro field by the Tauntauns yesterday. But they're not losing their composure. They're still playing the field how it should be played, hanging tough against AC Diesel, not just rolling over and saying, hey, let's get in the stands and start drinking some liquor. Let's try to win a game out here for the boys watching back home. Jesse Stevens slipping into the snake for AC Diesel. Mark Baginski cruising into the Dorito 2 uncontested, trying to put a shot cross field on that Boston paintball can.
Here goes Jesse Stevens. He moves up into snake 2. So they are developing some offense. Try to put another point on the board here, but they are seeing a wall of paint, though. Papalto putting some good downfield pressure here on AC Diesel. Looks like Baginski's going to cut to the inside, go to the wedge. Yeah, looking towards that D side here. Jesse Stevens think about crawling up. He's going to crawl up into snake 3.
Jared Lackey is in Dorito 4. Papalto dying out of the Boston paintball can. So now it's a 4-on-3 advantage Diesel. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Trying to go up 2-0. Maybe put some quick ones up too. But Papalto hanging tough, man. Wheeling and dealing from these back center. Going to try to get out to that Boston paintball can. Didn't seem like that was going to work, but he did make it. However, they do lose their player in the Dorito corner.
Comes Jesse Stevens, smokes the player at the can. And then here comes the hammer being dropped by Lackey on D3. And Lackey's going to sprint in to hit the buzzer. It's going to be 2-0 here, Diesel.
Yeah, besides losing BJ Henningberg off the break, pretty much full control. But, again, shout out to Papalto. They're playing with the big dogs out here. Every team is tough. Steps onto the Major League Paintball center court. Hanging tough here against Diesel. Down 0-2, but not out of it yet.
Yeah, the good thing for Papalto is that they're having higher survivability today. They're surviving in their bunkers, and that's why these points are running so long.
Okay, so it's Lucy the Cobra. Let me be the one. Let me be the one. MJ, Ty, hey, load up Tyler.
So now, fresh line for Infamous. It's Nathan Abul-Hassan, Callie Rudolph, Zach Patient, Ryan Hall, and Sam Silberg. He's the only one spinning out here against Energy Elite. Ethan Adams going to run to the insert off the break. Someone got shot. Zach Patient did. So Energy Elite winning the breakout.
They get Adams into the snake. It's been playing both sides of the field. Saw a lot of Betancourt in here as well, too, for Energy Elite.
Ooh, it might have caught Silberg crawling forward, bounced him. Silberg asking the ref for a check. Ethan Adams now crawling into the Snake 3 with a 1-point lead and a one-body advantage. Energy Elite, Evan Manners now zipping into that Snake corner. Askren also following up that action. And Ethan Adams killed Sam Silberg out of the middle. Great point so far for Ethan Adams, 5-on-3 situation. And they own this Snake side big time.
Yeah, great inside kill there for Adams. See if they can stay alive. They do not, as Askren going to take the walk here. Takes it down to 4 bodies. With Adams still on your screen and in a really good position.
Ethan trying to sneak one cross field into Nathan Abul Hassan. Infamous, great comms. It was Callie Rudolph asking Nathan Abul Hassan, what's the widest on your side? The answer is the Thunder Valley insert for Energy Elite. Austin Buffton in the back center, Evan Manson in the corner, and then Ethan Adams in the Snake. After Callie figures that out, he takes over the Snake. That's high-level paintball.
Yeah, Callie, experienced veteran out here. Getting into Snake 1, looking inside, trying to catch somebody sleeping in one of those back bunkers. They're tucked into those spots, looking D-side. Looks like Ryan Hall going to come out to help out Callie Rudolph.
Callie shooting cross field at that Dorito 2-player, but Ethan Adams coming forward. He will not be contained.
Perfect job by Adams. He hasn't touched the bunker, and he's going to get the crossfield shot, and possibly, misses his stream. And then now that Callie should know he's there, Callie's thinking about it. Ooh, Callie checked off, and Callie stands up at the perfect time to stitch up Ethan Adams.
Great job by Callie Rudolph right there. Ethan Adams misses his shot, recognizes he's in a treacherous situation. Callie Rudolph with his head on a swivel gets Ethan Adams off the field while protecting himself, having the plan, popping the top, staying alive. 3-on-3 situation. Infamous battling back here from a body deficit.
Yeah, good look here for the veteran Callie Rudolph. Some nice moves outside wide. And then Callie Rudolph's going to connect cross field here. Huge kill for Infamous. Turning the tables in a low body situation. And now they have an advantage.
Callie clocking in, man. Started this point in the back center. Filters into the Snake after asking Nathan Abul Hassan what's the widest over there. Someone called 43. That's incorrect. It's 32 in favor of Infamous.
Callie with some time to work with here. 7:36. And just need to make sure they capitalize on their high body moment they've earned.
Yeah, and I look for Nathan Abul Hassan to work his way through Evan Manners' gun. Evan Manners has to wheel and deal from that Snake corner to keep Nathan Abul Hassan in check on that Dorito side, but that's a long distance shot from a small bunker. Nathan Abul Hassan applying a lot of pressure now on Adams. Callie Rudolph coming into that inside wedge. Misses first shot on Austin Buffton. Nathan Abul Hassan dipping into the wedge onto Energy Elite side of the field. Developing nicely is Infamous. They've struggled on their closes the past couple seasons, but right now looking good. Austin Buffton almost catches Callie Rudolph, but does not.
Yeah, it's a big moment for Infamous, too. They got 2 games today, and they need to win both of them to assure that they have a chance to play on Sunday. Sitting at 1-1 right now. Big win over Heat in overtime yesterday morning.
Austin Buffton calling, get him out, get him out. Evan Manners having to reach all the way across his back for his last pod. So I felt my back hurt just watching that reach across with the left hand for that far right pod. Combat yoga out here. Sounds simple, it's not.
Oh, Callie Rudolph, though, getting shot by Buffton. And that forces Ryan Hall to get into the mix right now in a 2-on-2 situation. Infamous still down a point, but even on the body count right now.
Danger roulette. That's a smart call in this situation where they can't really probe around so easily. Danger meaning someone's lost on the Dorito side. Roulette, someone's lost in the middle. Abul Hassan cuts across into Energy Elite's Dorito 3, putting a ton of pressure on Buffton's back, kills him.
Huge kill. Now just one body left alive here. Manners. With playing the field spread. Yeah, I mean, he's got his head on his swivel. He's going to have to hope somebody makes a big mistake. It's not going to happen, though, as Ryan Hall's going to stitch up his side.
That was a great point by Infamous there to battle back, losing the body early. Zach Patient getting shot off the break. Callie Rudolph opened it up. Even though he had something of a tough death to Austin Buffton there. Nathan Abul Hassan continues to impress for me on his new squad, Infamous, this year.
Diesel, 3 minutes, 18 seconds to go here.
He went to their Dorito.
Looks like timeout might be being called here.
I think Diesel was late to the box.
Load me up, guys.
Diesel timeout there.
Then that guy would have been a kill, okay? I got it a lot quicker. Thank you. Good job. Way to close it, man. Good job. Callie, what do you want? I want the grill stuff. Yeah, over there.
We're going to go snake.
2-point lead right now. Oh, timeout being called here. Again, must-win situation for Diesel, and they ideally need to push the issue here and try to stack up a score. Really no choice for them at this point in time.
Yeah, Diesel late to the box, calling that timeout, but with that 2-point lead, 3:18, I'm running a push play here. I'm playing for margin, trying to move on.
I think you have to. Yeah, you need the win for sure, but if everyone else is putting up big scores on Papalto and you're not, a 2-3-point win, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
That's not that good, fucking Hume.
So let's see here. Mark Johnson, Jesse Stevens, Jared Lackey, Clint Johnson, Spies, killing one off the break. That's step one. Killing two off the break. That's exactly what you need if you're AC Diesel. 5-on-3, and it's all in the backfield for Papalto and a minor penalty.
And a minor penalty assess. So they needed a quick point. They're going to get one here.
5-on-2 situation. Stevens already in the snake.
This is the tough one to read the count, though, because Papalto's on their side where their pit is, so those bodies are walking off. It's going to be up to Diesel to try to count these bodies as quick as they possibly can. Looks like Clint Johnson is doing some sort of discussion with the ref here outside of his bunker. Not sure what's going on over here. He's asking for a check. Hopefully you want to stay in your bunker for that, but really not feeling any pressure. There's only 2 bodies left alive, and those guys just died. So
just going to take Diesel a second here to figure out, Papalto going to concede there. That's a little bit of a favor to Diesel. Makes sense from the Papalto point of view as well. Save some time, try to come back. Not going to give up just yet. And Diesel, after that really long first point, looking pretty good here.
Yeah, the off-the-break shots were just perfect on that. And they got a bit of a gift, so it is looking good for Diesel. At least give themselves the best chance here.
I didn't call myself out.
Yeah. Kill the guy going to the alpha.
20 seconds.
Infamous and Energy Elite. All locked at one apiece here. Energy Elite trying to find their first win. And again, this going to be, well, most likely we'll see, but going to be their last game as professionals here in 2025.
Just to clarify, their first win of the season, Maddie, not just of the tournament, and they are going to shoot Silberg off the break for Infamous. That will help the cause. Zach Patient zipping into that snake side wedge for Infamous in this 4-on-5 situation. They're going to lose another body, so 5-on-3. Great situation here for Energy Elite.
Yeah, they need to get out of that doubled up back center right now, though. They've shot 2 bodies. They've shot the wide bodies. Well, since they've shot the wide bodies, they actually can stay alive in there for a little bit. They can hang out there for a second and give them some space. So, yeah, their attacker on the D side moving up into D2. It's going to give Buffton some room.
Yeah, Buffton looking like he's holding, I believe, Callie Rudolph in that back center, or is that Reeser, trying to make sure Reeser can't get outside of the back center.
Yeah, when you've shot the wide bodies, and now Askren's going to launch up the middle of the field. Must have got the comms that Zach Patient was at the brick. And then Zach Patient's going to retreat, but right into Askren's gun. Askren's going to continue to go through. He's going to get 2, maybe 3. Looks like a 2-pack of kills here up the middle for Askren. That leaves just Callie Rudolph here for Infamous.
Yeah, nice move, Askren.
Forcing a concession with 4:16 to go. Energy Elite The wins have been elusive this year. They've had tons of close games, so no surprise this one is close. Basically set a record for overtime losses to start out the 2025 season. But a 1-point lead here currently. Let's listen into the pits.
Same group? Whoever it was. Same line. Good shit. Are we running the same 5 spots? Good. Same line, boys. Good job. Fucking shit. Way to fucking be, boys. Way to find that fucking cobra. Hell yeah. Bounce shot off. Go win this shit. Into the turret. Did you really? Let's go win this shit, guys. Come on. I fucking told you it was working. Need a rag? It's a way to be, way to pick up that fucking delta run, man. Way to need a rag? Good shit. I grab. Hey, way to be. Hey, we ain't shit yet. Connor needs paint. More. Getting hype out there, man.
Vibes are good in the energy pit.
We're up now, right? The outside of the cobra. Good job. Are we on? Oh, no. Come on, man. Let's go, man. We got it. Hey, it ain't shit yet. Let's go.
4 minutes game time.
Paintball left.
No fucking mistakes.
Keep the momentum going, boys.
Devin Stewart.
He keeps saying veteran stuff in the pits.
Yeah. I mean, Devin Stewart was in Houston Heat for a while. That is a veteran.
He is a veteran. Blazing speed here from Lackey. All the way to D3 off the break. They know they need to stack up a score, so they have an offensive look here on the break. Lackey makes it clean, and they also get Jesse Stevens into the snake. But no deaths for Papalto here, so no early kills for AC Diesel. It's 5-on-5 as Johnson's going to try to develop it up the middle, and he's going to be taking the walk.
Yeah, he struggled out here this weekend. Papalto, that first point that went so long, the big reason was they had 5 alive. However, Lackey already into the Dorito 4. Might be able to start eating some Papalto. Eating some of this Brazilian food on the plate here for him in that Dorito 4, but into the Snake 2 is Papalto.
Jesse Stevens wrapping around. Definitely wants to push the issue, but he wants to do it safe. Doesn't want to squander the lead, and Jesse Stevens gets caught as he comes around immediately. Head checks behind him. Maybe got some bad intel, but there goes Lackey, and Lackey's going to run down. Papalto is going to draw a major, so Avery Wynn getting a major here. That pulls out a couple of his boys.
I think just 1 left alive for Papalto. 2 or 3. I think just 2 left alive for Diesel. So 2-on-1, just a minute left here, Matty.
Oh, and Spieth gets smoked here by the Snake player. Now it's a 1-on-1 with Mark Johnson. See if Mark can do it. Put that 4th point up. He's got a minute to work with. He's on their side, but now Papalto moving towards AC Diesel's side. 4 was thinking about running for the buzzer. He's going to commit now a little bit more, and here comes Mark Johnson, who gets caught cross-field in a 1-on-2 situation, pulled off here to put the first point on the board for Papalto.
Wow, clutch, absorbing the major penalty there. Number 4, not losing his head, seeing the red bird fly, seeing the chaos happen, kills 1 down the wire, picks up Mark Johnson, and Matty, it is going off in the Papalto pit right now. They are juiced up.
We can't have 2 in the back center. Try to hit me. I'm 2 stuck in there.
Você tem que sair depois de tirar.
Aí eu perco a linha, cara.
Todo mundo tá jogando, você jogou perto ali assim.
Eu joguei, mas eu não consigo travar o cara mais. Entendeu?
Love hearing a paintball argument in Portuguese. That's awesome.
Yeah. Calma, eu vou colocar timer. Timer. Rafa, bom jogo, hein?
Bom jogo, Rafa.
Ei, 36 segundos, não precisa mais de 5. Vocês...
Love the heart, love the passion, love the Portuguese, love Brazil. Awesome job, Papalto there. Right now, though, Infamous Energy Elite, Infamous down 1, 4:13 on the clock. They're going to lose a body off the break.
It's going to be Ryan Hall taking the walk for Infamous. So 5-on-4 situation, looking good. A 1-point lead for Energy Elite to put their first win up. That would be a nice way to head off into the sunset of 2025 to finally get a win here. Be a spoiler potentially for Infamous, because Infamous still has a chance, though. They play New York Extreme next, so maybe if they go 2-2, they'll have a chance if they win that next game. But ideally for Infamous, you have to win this one. 3:40 left. You're only down 1. Got to make something happen here. Brusselback gets into the Snake. Jonah Jamro's out behind him. Nathan Abu Hassan alive on the D side at the Thunder Valley Aztec.
Yeah, and Rob Velez in the back center can't get his gun up, catching some heat from Energy Elite. Betancourt in the snake already, shooting the inside of that bunker, making it hard for Velez to live. Nathan Abul Hassan in that Thunder Valley insert, looking like he wants to make his move to the outside. Jonah Jamrose and Tim Brusselbeck with a strong two-man operation here on the snake side. Evan Manners dipping into the snake corner for Energy Elite. He's been a huge factor here for them so far. Now Askern making his move into the Boston Paintball insert. That's good to end that double back center as we get deeper into this point with the one body advantage for Energy Elite. Here comes Betancourt now into the snake 3.
Yeah, it's getting down to it on time for Infamous. But if you're Energy Elite, you know Infamous, they're an aggressive team. They're not going to let time expire down by 1 without attacking. So get yourself in good positions and try to win some gunfights and catch them in their transitions. And sure enough, they win a gunfight. Jonah Jamrose losing a gunfight from the backfield puts a lot of pressure here on Brusselback as the sole attacker here on the snake side. And he is begging for somebody to engage him in a gunfight. Going to get a little help, though. He's going to actually do a little tactical retreat as Nathan's going to take the walk as well, too. They might want to concede this point.
Yeah, I would concede. There it is. Travis Lemansky's seen enough. Just some deaths out of bunkers there for Infamous after losing Ryan Hall off the break. Energy Elite up to 2 minutes to go. They've been in these situations quite a bit this year. They've been on the losing end of all of them. But let's see if they can say goodbye to the pro field with a victory here, Maddie. Go out with some smiles on their faces.
They've been close all year, man. They've had some really close matches. If you look at their plus minuses throughout the year, it started off with, again, not getting wins on the board, but Energy Elite finished the first tournament of the year 0-4 with a -4, and then 0-4 at the next one, -5. Nothing but close losses out here.
Yeah, the translation is they lost every game by 1 point for the first event and lost 3 games by 1 and 1 game by 2. Everything close.
Yeah. Chicago. Just send me Chicago.
Get Tim ready, please.
We're dying going past Chicago.
I died going to Chicago.
Good intel by Rob Velez. We're dying going past Chicago. I believe that means dying going on deep runs on the Dorito side. That's dialed. I believe that's Austin Buffton's gun right there.
That God cross was tying up a snake in the back of the head.
Just 36 seconds left in this one. Diesel squandering that advantage they had. Can they need points here? Everyone has been putting up big numbers against Papalto. Diesel wants to stay in this tournament. They need to do that as well, too. So I think you kind of got to send it here.
Definitely do if you're Diesel. And it looks like they try it. They go up the middle. They kill 2 Papalto, but lose 1. So
well, here comes BJ Henningberg. He's going to be running and gunning all the way. He hasn't even touched the ground yet with anything other than his feet. And they're going to be blasting bodies. And here comes BJ Henningberg all the way onto their side. And he's going to head check the clock and run in. Full commitment here for BJ Henningberg, trailed by Johnson. Excellent job by Diesel, scoring one of the quickest points we've seen out here all weekend long to stack up that 4th point.
Yeah, that's big. 3-point victory. Going to be sealed. I don't think they'll be able to do it in 13 seconds unless Papaleto's going to catch a major off the break in the next one. But strange things tend to happen out here on these paintball fields, Maddie. Right now, though, this is a tight game. Energy Elite, Infamous, down but not out. You need to win 2 points, 1 minute pace. That means you got to bring the action quickly to Energy Elite. Can't get caught into sort of these mid-tempo points. Key factor, though, always for a fast point is a kill off the break.
Yeah, kills, hopefully, plural. Need a couple of them if you're going to score a 13-second point, that's for sure.
Nelson for Energy Elite has been going wide off the break. Betancourt probably looking to go to that insert bunker on the snake side, maybe all the way to snake off the break. If one of those 2 guys comes off, it's going to open the door for Infamous.
Infamous 2:04 to go here. They get Bruss back in the snake off the break. They do run short D side, just going to the Aztec, but it's a 5-on-5 just for a second, though. Brusselback losing his first engagement once he gets into the snake. His patient's going to launch. He's going to get into snake 1. They do shoot a body, though.
Askern.
4-on-4. Infamous pushing the issue up the middle with Reeser. And Patient in the snake. Going to crawl up, get to snake 3.
Yeah, Patient going to have to play with some haste here.
Energy Elite loves doubling up that back center, and they see if they can stay alive in that spot with their opponents out wide, snake side.
Reeser into the wedge onto Energy's side of the field on the Dorito side. Came up high inside trying to catch Austin Buffton. Unable to. Betancourt now getting into the snake. Buffton wheeling and dealing. Kills Reeser. Reeser catches a minor penalty.
Yeah,
that's the wrap.
Minor penalty that pulls out the body behind him, and gonna be up to Zach Patient to try to make something happen here, but he has to push the issue. They need 2 just to tie. He's gonna wrap around. He's gonna get the shot in on Betancourt. No, he misses Betancourt, and Betancourt asking for a penalty. It looks like it's gonna be a clean trade, but that benefits Energy Elite.
Energy Elite in their last game in the Pro Division here in 2025. They're going to win against Infamous, Maddie. 2-point lead. It's just Callie Rudolph. Only 40 seconds to go. Energy Elite, not worried about margin. They're going to go home after this. And Callie Rudolph living on a prayer here. Down 2, 30 seconds left. Wow, Energy Elite responding to the moment, Maddie.
Yeah, we talked about how treacherous the game this could be for Infamous. You're playing a team that has nothing to lose, and finally playing with a little mental freedom. I know it's frustrating, of course, but once that has already been decided, hey, we're getting relegated, let's just go out and play some paintball. Sure enough, they put up their first win.
Terribly frustrating loss here for Infamous. Trying to keep your World Cup alive after a disappointing year. You're playing a team that's guaranteed relegated. You said it, Maddie. Nothing's easy out here. Energy Elite playing with nothing to lose, with some ferocious fans on the sideline. Infamous unable to get it done. Just too many mistakes.
So Energy Elite possibly playing the spoiler here for Infamous's World Cup chances. They have one more game to go. Infamous will be playing New York Extreme in a must-win situation around 10:55 here Eastern time.
I told you last night. I told you last night.
Betancourt apparently called it.
I told you last night. We're going to win. Good for you guys.
Way to be, Evan. We'll take it with old broke Joe. We'll get you a popsicle stick.
Popsicle sticks in the energy pit. Vibes are good, Maddie. Love to see it after a difficult year, to see smiles and hugs in that pit.
Diesel sent it in here in 14 seconds left. They're trying to put another one up. That margin. Oh, Clint Johnson got to be careful not to get a penalty through the middle. No flag's going to be thrown, though, and final score will be 4-1 AC Diesel. So that is going to do it here for this set. Coming up next is going to be the Tauntauns taking on the Hurricanes. Tauntauns almost had a perfect game against Papalto. Only 1 death in 6 points for them. So they are on fire, undefeated so far. And also in that set, Houston Heat going to be taking on Uprising. You see the rest of our schedule here this morning. Thank you guys so much for joining us here. Major League Paintball Plus at the NXL World Cup. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey. We'll be back.
there is a sport you've never seen. A game of speed, chaos, and precision, where milliseconds decide legends. Now, you get to see it for yourself.
Big moment in pro paintball history.
Let's go!
Major League Paintball Plus is your all-access pass to the sport's biggest stage. The exclusive home to live tournament paintball action, featuring semifinals and finals of all NXL major events, and much more.
It's just a fantastic time for paintball and all our fans. Just love it.
Go beyond the field with Major League Paintball Plus.
They're really trying to reach every player out there and not just the elite of the elite. They're trying to really show that carbon is the gear for paintball players.
We're an all-in package, so everything from head to toe that we're wearing, but we chose that. It did not get forced on us, but once you wear the product, it speaks for itself.
You can pick and choose what you want in your package. They allow you to be your team the way you want your team to be. And that's what I like about Carbon.
With Carbon, the freedom to wear things without being a factory team or a sponsored team or something like that is so alluring to us, because over at Battle Creek and at Wolfpack, we like to choose what we believe in. And Carbon checks that box.
It's not just NXL, that's the beautiful thing. Carbon is involved in so many different off leagues. It's insane. I, at EXL, have racked up probably $3,000 or $4,000 with Carbon this year alone because we've got 4 wins.
With the Carbon Cash, you can buy whatever you want through the portal. They really care about you and repping their products, and they give it back to you at the end of the day.
What I really like about Carbon is you're not just a number. You're an actual person, you're an actual team. They are truly building relationships. These guys care, and they care about the divisional player.
The Missouri All-Stars would not be the team without Carbon and without the guys at Carbon. It's the most important piece of the puzzle.
Left to the right, to the left, to the right, and
Available now, online, or at the HK Army booth.
Hey, it's BRNT at CRBN, here at the DRV, an absolute hot rod force feed warmer. What separates the DRV from the competition is our LCD display on the back. This has a built-in timer, ideal for classic paintball, but if you're playing anytime paintball at all, the ability to know what's going on without a scoreboard is an advantage. Along with our adjustable torque settings, 1 through 5, allows you to shoot any paint in every condition. If you're shooting super brittle paint, turn it down. If you trust the paint, it's a little bit harder, you can turn it all the way up, shoot 25 balls a second, no problem. The DRV features a revolutionary automatic anti-jam, no button to push. The DRV also features an aluminum feed neck for an absolutely positive gun mount. DRVs feature a magnetic, tool-free disassembly. You can field strip the loader in seconds. Each DRV includes a speed feed, rain lid, and charging cable for the lithium-ion battery. They also ship in a zippered case. DRV is currently available in 8 different colorways. Learn more about the DRV at crbnpaintball.com.
We are back here as we are slowly but surely getting our way through these prelim battles he was going to be playing on Sunday. Right now it's the Tauntauns taking on the Hurricanes and Houston Heat and Uprising in this set here at the World Cup. Matty Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey. And yesterday the Tauntauns had almost a perfect paintball game. A 6-0 mercy rule win, and we believe that they only lost one body in 6 points. On the breakout, hyper-aggressive breakout here for the Hurricanes is they are going to lose Ripple and Bell, but they've taken... This is one of the most aggressive breaks we've seen. I don't know if it's going to work out for them, Mike, but they just decided to take all of the front spots in this one.
Yeah, very interesting here. They go to the Tauntauns wedge, Dorito 4 in the 50 brick on the Snake's side. Stu Ridgel asking for a check. Might have caught one crawling backward. They do lose Ripple going Snake off the break and Bell out of the backfield. Interesting look. I like the play call against a Tauntauns team that likes to press the offense. But losing 2 off the break, tough situation here, but they do have the forward spots. Ridgel and Hugo Verhage jousting between that Snake and that wedge. That's been one of the most critical battles. Ridgel coming high into that brick. Did he shoot Hugo? He did not.
Yeah, Hugo is down as low as he possibly can. Just catching tons of pressure from the bounce shot and from that inside angle.
Yeah, he was looking to get in there to kill that wedge on his Dorito side.
I mean, he wants to get up in that lane so bad, but he cannot. Hugo has to stay down right now. He has multiple players shooting at him. He either needs to retreat or move forward.
But even if he tries to move, it's going to be difficult. Ridgel gets a little squirrely in there thinking Hugo had crawled behind him. He gets picked up.
But, Mike, that's what's great about having a front player in a good position, absorbing pressure and not overplaying the moment. Oh, but he overplays it slightly here and tries to dive across. But Ridgel getting too antsy in there. Costs him his body, but then Hugo, he gets a little antsy on a forward movement.
Yeah, good job by Seawright hanging tough there in that Dorito 4. It's a 4-on-2 advantage Tauntauns. Axel Gaudin going to dump broken paint from his loader. He's with Marky Franz Jr. and Konstantin Fedorov, as well as Fabrice Colombo, who's cruising through the middle, going to hunt for the middle player, but he trades. Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah, trade in that situation. Axel, as soon as that body comes off, knows exactly what to do and gets in there with that crossfield shot, and that's going to force the concession. I love the play call for the Hurricanes, when unfortunately it did not work out, but they went about as offensive-minded as you possibly can to start out a match, but the Tauntauns absorbed the pressure nicely.
Yeah, the tough death off the break was not Nick Ripple. It was Drew Bell, who was on a float shot trying to shoot those guys into that spot.
Let's get a look here at this. So they go immediately going to crawl into the snake, but then they double stack the bodies up the middle and also flying up on that D side. Full commitment. It almost looked like they were trying to score that point, and a 20-second point. But then it came down to this. See Stu Ridgel thinking that maybe Hugo had crawled past him. But that's the power of having a body in that spot where Hugo was, absorbing pressure, going in the snake with you. So now, Houston Heat, losing to Infamous yesterday in overtime, played an Uprising squad that's been looking outstanding.
Yeah, Uprising sitting at 3-0. Both teams losing a body off the break. Uprising building momentum throughout this year. Houston Heat, always a dangerous team. Whoever wins this game going to secure the bracket pretty much. Uprising should be safe moving on to Sunday already, but you know they'd like to win their bracket, go into tomorrow morning 4-0. Houston Heat.
Yeah, the best two teams here in this bracket. Heat 2-1 and Uprising 3-0.
So if you're Heat, you hate to fall to 2-2 and have to look at margins.
And if you're Uprising and you take down Houston Heat here and you go in undefeated, it's a big statement to the league right here. Houston Heat, former World Cup champs. Going to transition Jackson Frey out behind Dizon. Jackson's played pretty well as the two over here behind Dizon.
Yeah, he's been all over the place, Jackson. He's really secured his spot as the starting anchor role on Houston Heat. Didn't play much at the beginning of the year. Now in the starting lineup, it's Chad George drawing the start on the Dorito side. He's in the Dorito 3. Now Dizon getting across into the snake. Soap and Jackson Frey in the backfield. Nate Schrader is in that snake side wedge for Uprising. Impossible to scout so far for Uprising. He's been up the middle in the snake, all over the place. Nate Schrader, he's been shredding as always this weekend. Yep. Alec Holland, though, he's been their real standout, if you ask me, out to the Boston can.
Yeah, they're trying to get some good comms here to Nate. Communication, always important, and with this World Cup layout, having the Jackson Frey getting checked out, he's good to go. But yeah, with when you're starting it out and you're playing point one, they're going to be on your side where the pits are behind you, and it just makes the communication trying to figure out where these bodies are extra hard, and anyone walks off dead.
Can't see anything wide off the break from the back center. Usually the back center player is going to be your best eyes and voice. Tries to put the picture together for the front players in the early going, but the way these big center bunkers are laid out, it's not possible. It requires full team communication to figure out the situation. 4-on-4, Holland out to the snake corner. Frey getting closer to Dizon. Dizon still the only one in the snake. Nate Schrader trying to communicate to Holland in the backfield, to Woodward in the Dorito 2 for Uprising.
Yeah, good crossfield spread, getting Holland out here on the snake side for Uprising in this 4-on-4 situation. Better field position, though, with Dizon in the snake. Jackson Frey at the insert. Looks like Nate Schrader just been focused towards that D side. Woodward's going to launch, and he gets into the wedge, D side wedge. So both wedges occupied here for Uprising.
And seeing an increasing amount of that inside out movement on the Dorito side, jumping from the Dorito 2 into that wedge, then sometimes jumping across. He's got Borromeo next to him in that Dorito 3. They got Chad George in front of them in the Dorito 3 for Houston Heat, backed up by Soap. Sunday pace to this first point. First point always so critical. Team that wins the first point really gets to determine the pace of play out here. Woodward now into that center brick on the Dorito side, trying to set a trap for Chad George. Ronnie Dizon playing low on an elbow in the snake.
Yeah, This one could go even longer with the way this is definitely seeing some Sunday paintball right now, what it's going to look like. When you get even, when you get a pretty tactically even situation with a team, with two teams that don't want to make mistakes, you're going to get these longer points out here.
You know, sometimes with aggression, you have first mover advantage, right? Talking about in chess, white always has that advantage of moving first, but when the field locks up like this, you incur a lot of risk stepping out into the open, especially with the guns as coherently networked as they are for both these teams. They got the crosses all set up nicely, trading off responsibilities.
Yeah, a little bit. So Heat's a little more outside on the snake side, but with Uprising having those angles from the middle with guns outside. Now, Nate's been going back and forth and seen Woodward in a bit, so I think Woodward's just okay, he's up at the 50 brick, and he's looking towards that D side. Oh, Woodward's thinking about it. He wants to come across, maybe get into that wedge on Heat's side, but D's on looking that way. And they're going to get that kill, so huge kill. Get out! Oh, and they're going to get the kill on Nate, so they shoot both bodies inside. Houston Heat now going to be able to loosen things up with the two-body advantage. Holland trying to win a gunfight to even things up down on the sideline here in the snake. Not able to get D's on to bite.
It didn't look like a lot there, but Dizon being able to contest Holland without dying right there keeps Uprising from getting back into this point.
Yeah,
Houston Heat handling business.
Yeah, they get the kill on Borromeo and the kill on Holland, so the stasis was there for a bit, but then they get the two inside kills, and that was the big difference maker, and then not squandering that 4-on-2. Great start here for Houston Heat.
Yeah, full control point right there. Nice job, Houston Heat, in this showdown.
Yeah, so you see Woodward trying to get creative here and then ends up getting caught. So great zone control from Heat. And then there goes Nate Schrader as he's going to move up and ends up getting taken out Ronnie Dizon. So Ronnie Dizon clocking. He's been playing the snake really well. Typically the, first attacker on the D side, but it's been real solid for Houston Heat in the pits with Uprising. Got to be frustrating for them that they dropped that first one.
Let's see if the Hurricanes keep it aggressive. They do run C-right into the Dorito 2 off the break, but nothing too crazy. Ripple holds up at the insert, as does Hugo Verhage. 5-on-5 breakout.
Hurricanes going to be dropping their first body. I think that's Bell taking the early walk again. That's uncharacteristic. And a penalty that are going to be assessed on Axel. Pulls out Marky Franz, so one-body advantage here for the Hurricanes. Hugo's going to scurry out to the back corner bunker and makes it clean. They still have a good crossfield spread with Fedorov in D3, but down a body early in point 2.
Yeah, Axel Gaudin getting shot in the pack, unaware of it. Easy minor penalty call for the ref there. Uncharacteristic, Drew Bell first to die. 2 points in a row starting out here for the Hurricanes. He's been so important for them, but right now, Nick Ripple wrapping that 50 snake. He is undetected by the Tauntauns, trying to shoot Fabrice Colombo. Might get caught by Verhage if he's not careful. First, he's going to kill Konstantin Fedorov crossfield. I thought he did. That first one looked like a heater going in on Fedorov. He's clean.
It might have bounced off of him, so tough break here for Nick Ripple, as he did have an accurate beat on Fedorov.
A second
referee is going to go and check him out. Referee might have saw something as well, too. Just because the first ref calls you clean doesn't mean you are. Now it looks like the second ref has also made the determination that Konstantin Fedorov's clean. Ripple now pushing up, and he's going to get the kill on Hugo. So Ripple getting it done so far. He's catching some pressure, though. Ripple's going to go to the inside route. He needs to get some help. There's 3 other bodies out here for the Hurricanes, but he's doing all the heavy lifting right now.
Fedorov again somehow living through Ripple, shooting cross field. Fabrice Colombo trying to wheel and deal. Not much you can do out of there. Fedorov still hanging tough somehow, but just too much. Hurricanes, the wind's blowing too strongly there. So the Hurricanes flood up the field, tie it up at 1.
Solid point here for Nick Ripple. Has put the team on his back a little bit. Took a Rigel a little bit to get behind Ripple. Looks like they're finally going to get a concession.
Yeah, just a little issue with the button.
Let's get a look here at the replay. So there's Axel Godin. Look at the penalty. And then here was the finish from Ripple. all the way onto the Tauntaun side. Konstantin Fedorov definitely had a force field working, though, over in Torito.
Hey, let's see right now. We are better than them. We're better than them. Stay the fuck alive. Talk it up. See right.
Love the confidence. We're better than them.
Hey, calm.
Maybe not in the series rankings, but in their hearts.
I talked to Mike. Him and Collision played Hurricanes for practice. Said the Hurricanes looked outstanding.
Yeah. They dropped that one game. Looked a little rough in that one, but otherwise, Hurricanes have been impressive out here to me. Houston Heat, late adjustment at the box here, up 1 over Uprising, and they're going to kill one off the break.
Yeah, so kill for each squad off the break. 4-on-4 situation is Uprising is going to get out of doubled up back center. And not too far up the field to start things out for Uprising, but they are going to win a gunfight. Jackson Frey's taking the walk here for Houston Heat. Chad George going to dive into the D2 position.
Yeah, just Soap, Chad George, and Ronnie Dizon left. Looking at Graham Arnold, Nate Schrader, Alec Holland, and Woodward. Borromeo took the early walk.
Yeah, Dizon in the snake, and to crawl up in a snake too. So they got a good crossfield spread with some ground. With a 1-point lead to protect here for Houston Heat. Referee's going to check out Graham Arnold in the snake. He's got Nate behind him.
Oh, Chad George taking the walk. So it's just Soap and Dizon left. Not sure how Chad got shot, but 4-on-2 Uprising.
Ooh, Dizon with a little barrel roll to get into the wedge. Caught his foot a little bit.
Yeah, got to do what you got to do to get to safety there. Did dump a couple pods in transition, but
once he realized he had to barrel roll, it actually was a really graceful kind of Rambo-esque barrel roll in there. And eating bodies up here is Nate Schrader trying to get something done in the middle. Graham Arnold's going to get shot out, so Ron Dizon strikes again.
Double laser, that means 2 kills off the left side. So it's a 2-on-2. Soap and Dizon against Holland and Woodward. Dizon, very smart retreat here to Snake 2. That allows him to keep eyes down the wire and eyes inside.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job here in this point. He's made this one interesting here as it's come down to a 2-on-2. So D4 for Uprising and the back corner bunker on the Snake side. D2 for Houston Heat. And then Dizon in the Snake 2. So crossfield spread. This one's going to get interesting here in this 2-on-2 situation. But it is Houston Heat that has the lead. So Uprising has to play the aggressor here with 7:29 to go.
Yeah, certainly do, and I love the way Houston Heat communicated and figured this out right here. Soap called danger, meaning someone is on the Dorito side. I don't know exactly where. And then I believe Dizon called Viper or Sniper, probably meaning there's someone on the Snake side I don't know where. So Dizon and Soap just going to cross it up, recognizing they have a lead. Uprising is going to have to show themselves at a certain point here. Alec Holland and Woodward need to understand that Heat is not going to come at you. You're not just going to be able to look inside and wait for a Heat mistake. Heat, if you're smart, you stay in your spot. Yeah, Woodward is signaling at Alec Holland, like, get up the field. He doesn't want to say anything because he doesn't want Heat to triangulate his position just on his voice echoing cross field.
Yeah, and he's trying to do the best job he can of head checking and being proactive while not moving that bunker around too much. So excellent job so far here from Woodward. We joke sometimes that paintball is kind of like combat yoga because you're just putting your body in these weird positions. So he has to stay tight to that spot and lean into it while not leaning against it or touching it and continuing to pop around and communicate cross field. Well, and he's going to commit a little bit here.
Yeah, the problem is that he has to communicate using hand signals only because he's trying to conceal his position. So Heat understands pretty much where everyone is. Although Dizon was wrapping inside. I like Dizon with his eyes in the middle a little bit more. Woodward just said to Alec Holland, get in the game, dude. And it was effective because Holland did switch his gun down the wire. Might have allowed Dizon to get eyes on him for a second. Someone shot their paintball gun for the first time in about 35 seconds.
Well, Heat, I'm not blaming Heat for this. They're up a point.
No, Heat's playing this perfectly. It's on Uprising.
Yeah, and I agree with Woodward. Alec is now going to move in up to the wedge.
Yeah, he's going to try to hunt for Dizon as is Woodward cross field.
I also love that Woodward just gave up on using hand signals, and now Woodward has to launch because Alec Holland got traded out, actually. And Woodward, after all of that, is going to go through untouched and hit the buzzer to tie the game up. Excellently played by Woodward.
Yeah, good job by Woodward. I mean, he said to Alec Holland, get in the game. It's just like, hey, Alec, just be the distraction, and I'll go bang these two guys out real quick. And if you're soap, the mistake there is rule number 1, always protect yourself. You knew there was danger, went to sleep on Woodward, bunkers him clean. Good job. Yeah. Wasn't pretty, but Uprising getting it done.
When you're in that situation, it's definitely like a boxing match. That's the first thing they tell you. Defend yourself at all times.
Hey, I need fresh tape.
But Austin Woodward stepping up here, just quarterbacking it from the front position, and it was a little hilarious that after a while he was like, okay, the hand signals aren't working. Hey, bro, get in the game.
Yep.
We got shot going, Callie. Callie's where they're shooting. No, we killed him on the break. Gateway was kill 1, back to was kill 2.
Which way was he looking?
I think he was looking that way, but if that came in and checked him, I'll do it.
Just figuring out the breakout. What 5 spots did they take? Which way were they looking? Which way were they shooting? What gaps were they shooting? Sounds easy to determine. It's not. You need at least 2 sets of eyes. 3 is preferred.
This is an interesting field. Talking to some players and coaches, and multiple guys told me you need 6 guns to control all the lanes on this field, and that's just, obviously we don't get that, so this could be interesting.
Both teams getting 5 out alive here. Hugo Verhage first in the snake. Nick Ripple looking like he wants to join him in there before long from the blue side for the Hurricanes. Seawright and Konstantin Fedorov have had no trouble getting into Dorito 2 for both these teams. Ref coming in to check. Marky Franz, White Smoke, Fumi Blanche in the back center. Now Fabrice Colombo getting out to the south. Electronics door where he is matching up Drew Bell. Drew Bell living into this point for the first time in this match. That's huge for the Hurricanes. He's one of their biggest guns. Axel Galdan into the snake corner for the Tauntauns. Daniel Camp looking like he might want to match that move. Nick Ripple going low into the snake. Gets in there, does not actually. Great zone control.
Yeah, excellent zone control here for the Tauntauns. But they do drop it. After they shoot Ripple, they allow Camp into the snake. It's a 1 body advantage here for the Tauntauns. Hugo's in a good spot. They're also going to get another body out wide here for the Hurricanes, the back corner bunker on the snake side.
Yeah. Oh, but a body coming off of Fabrice Colombo dying out of the backfield. Quite uncharacteristic for him. So 4-on-4. That's a big kill. I believe Daniel Camp might have been Drew Bell, just heads up. But regardless, 4-on-4 situation now in this tie game.
Yeah, could see a little bit of a longer point here because it's tied on the body count and on the score. Tauntauns want to emerge, continue to be the 1 seed here in this bracket. Hurricanes would love to upset the Tauntauns.
Yeah, Hurricanes, your tournament might be hanging in the balance here, sitting at 2-1. You drop to 2-2, you're looking at scores all day. You win this one, you're pretty sure you're playing tomorrow. Axel Gondin backing up Hugo Verhage from the snake corner. He's got Stuart Ridgel mirrored up against him.
Big gunfight right now. Hugo versus Daniel Camp, and it looks like Hugo Verhage going to be getting the kill.
Nice job, Hugo. Just winning, heads up. So difficult to gun battle from an elbow while keeping your back down. Hugo getting the better of Camp there. 4 on.
And Stu Ridgel just a little bit of a mistime move here. They're also going to be dropping a body cross field, so Hurricanes look for a concession. As Seawright taking the walk from D3. So a couple gunfight wins and some zone protection has worked out nicely for the Tauntauns.
Yeah, Drew Bell in a 1-on-4 just goes to show how much confidence they have in this guy that they're going to let this 1-on-4 roll for a minute. Coach Justin Spencer and Matty Hotard don't expect them to let him play too long in here if he's going to play from that back corner, but their biggest gun, they're going to give him an opportunity here a little bit. Here he comes into the Dorito 2. Drew Bell is so good moving forward with his gun up for especially a guy his size. Yeah, nothing to lose. You're not supposed to win a 1-on-4, so he's going for it. Hugo Verhage is now behind him in the snake.
Yeah, Hugo in a good position here. Going to pop the top, but does not know where these players are, as Bell is now completely committed all the way. It looks like he's going to trade out with Konstantin Fedorov, and now that's going to force the concession. So they let it ride with Drew Bell. As Mike Bianca says, if Drew Bell's out there, I'm not conceding yet. He's earned enough of respect in these situations to give him a chance, especially when you got time on the clock. But it is going to be point for the Tauntauns. Now, after a couple long ones here, this one's locked at 1. 5:19 only left to go in regulation time here. Houston Heat and Uprising.
Great set so far here, Maddie. Tightly contested games, pretty evenly matched teams. Houston Heat, you know you got to be frustrated. Playing with that 1-point lead. Had the right setup for a time kill and to pull it out, but Austin Woodward too much in the end there. So trying to respond. Ryan Moorhead coming off the bench for Chad George here for Houston Heat.
Big point for both of these squads. Uprising trying to go undefeated. They're going to be losing the hero that is that Ilya? I think that's Ilya actually taking the walk.
So 5 alive for Heat. 1 down for Uprising. Nate Schrader quickly into the snake here.
That's Joel Eaton taking the walk. So Eaton taking the walk early here for Uprising. 5-on-4 in favor of Houston Heat. But good field position here for Uprising with Nate Schrader in the snake.
Sam Monville first in the snake for Houston Heat. Don't see that all that much, but the opportunity there to go underneath Ronnie Dizon's support gun into the snake 1. Now Woodward into the Dorito 2. He's been the X factor for Uprising so far. Ref coming in to check him, however, he's clean. Monville going to take another bite on the snake side into the snake 2. He's got Graham Arnold and Nate Schrader in front of him. That's the duo for Uprising on the snake side. Woodward takes another bite into the Dorito 3.
Yeah, developing nicely for both of these squads here. But advantage to Houston Heat. I like the positions that Uprising has. Backfield needs to stay alive. Ooh, front players catching some pressure. Monville's been locked in a gunfight. Oh, here we go. The running referee going to be checking out. Jackson looks like he's coming off. So Jackson Frey dying out of the backfield, squandering the 5-on-4. Now it's 4-on-4.
That was just Graham Arnold on a quick wrap from the snake corner, putting one in on the back center. Nice shot, Graham Arnold, to even up the body count there.
So after that death, Houston Heat dives the body out to the D side. So they got 2 of them over there, D1 and D2.
Woodward is in Dorito 4. Make it onto Heat side of the field for Uprising, playing with great pace over there, backed up by Alec Holland. However, Arnold going to die now out of the insert bunker, so Heat retaking a body advantage here, 4-on-3.
Here comes Alec Holland as Woodward launches. Holland had moved over to help him out as Woodward going to bunker out. Moorhead clean.
It's a 3-on-2. Or did Dizon die at some point? Oh, 22 calls Sam Monville. So Dizon died. So it's, again, a 2-on-2. Now a tie game. It's Soap and Monville against Schrader and Holland.
In a tie game with under 3 to play.
Wow. Huge situation here.
Yeah, can Houston Heat throw Uprising their first loss? This might be the point that decides it.
I think it will be, Maddie. And it's a different 2-on-2 situation than the last one, because now if you're Heat, you can take the moves if you want them.
No.
Oh, good?
Good, yeah, good communication, and also Soap's got a real big voice carrying all the way to Monville. Oh, but Monville losing a gunfight here as Nate Schrader tactically retreated back to the can and gets the kill. Now it's a 2-on-1. That forces Soap to get out of the back corner bunker on the D side and get over to the door as he repositions in this low body moment in hopes that they can't figure out where he is and maybe double count a body, because Uprising is not launching down the field here to try to close out this 2-on-1 situation. So maybe slightly unsure on the count as well, too, which is no surprise and totally understandable, because this is an incredibly difficult field to get perfectly accurate on the count.
Maddie, this shows a ton of faith in Soap. It's a 1-on-2. It's not terrible odds, but it's not great odds. And with the low time to go down 1, I wonder if this gets down to 1 minute left, if Pat McKenna and Ryan Smith will decide to concede the point.
Yeah, minute and 36. Maybe let Soap ride for another 30 seconds, but it is a big risk. And sure enough, they let it get down to a minute and 30. I like that they gave him a little bit of time. Minute 30 is very achievable.
Right.
Down by 1, especially with a team like Houston Heat.
Well, you also want to see how your opponents are sort of deciding to play the 2-on-1 there, right? And they just hung out in the back and were crossing. So not engaging gun battles, not streaking down the field, not a lot of opportunity for Soap.
take the long run. Okay? If you trade, if you take the long run, then I know you got run back and make hot sauce. I got you. Got it. Hey, lift it up. I got Joel in for Elia. Hey, Austin.
Take the long run. I wonder what Nate Schrader meant by that when Woodward died there. Regardless, good comms in the pit there. Now, Tauntauns up 2-1. They've looked really good out here so far.
Yeah,
Maddie,
they have. And the Hurricanes, no slouches. Great performance from them in the last event. They are going to be shooting Hugo off the break, though. So one body advantage. Actually, no, it's a 4-on-4 as Seawright also takes the walk. So one body off from the Tauntauns on the Snake side and one from the Hurricanes from the D side. They're also, looks like Tauntaun's going to be losing Axel as well, too. Great zone control here. I believe Daniel Camp.
Yeah, it was either Camp or Brown shooting over that beam and dotting the eye of Axel Gaudin. They also kill Konstantin Fedorov. So Hurricanes, despite dropping Seawright off the break, Drew Bell now is onto the Tauntaun side of the field in that wedge. He might eat up the pack of Flumi Blanche. It's Fabrice Colombo in the backfield and Marky Franz Jr. Fabrice and Drew Bell wheeling and dealing. Now Brown getting into the mix. Oh no, that's someone. That's Rigel, sorry, up there at the wedge for the Hurricanes.
Tauntaun's hoping that these last two bodies in some very difficult positions, going to try to pull something out. Not able to do it, though. Marky Franz going to take the walk, and that puts Colombo in a really rough spot. A lot to a little on the body count, trying to hope for a miracle to preserve this lead. Camp's going to do the work, going to crawl all the way down the Snake. He knows he has a Snake to himself. And here comes Brown. Michael Brown going to help him out as well, too. Bell already with a ton of ground and onto the side to just try to pinch this last body. They did it smart. No big risks, no greedy runs out and up the field to capitalize here. And the Hurricanes going to tie it up 2.
You can tell it's great team paintball when all 4 bodies are about the same depth of the field, coming forward together. New Orleans Hurricanes slightly off on the count. They're calling home and money. It was home only, but not going to matter. Tying it up here with 5 minutes to go. Great game between 2 evenly matched teams, both looking to cap off the year with a World Cup victory.
Mike, we had talked about how the Tauntauns had just faced 0 adversity. What were they going to do when they reached a point playing another top team? How were they going to handle it if things weren't going well? I think they're answering that question nicely right now.
Great point, Maddie. They'd had an easy run of it so far. Great situation if you're Coach Pascal to face a challenge from these boys from New Orleans.
Tense moments in this one. Just a little under 1:30 to play here as Uprising trying to run undefeated through the prelims. Go #1 seed in this bracket. Houston Heat.
Chad George, Ryan Moorhead, the vets in a 2-man op on the Dorito side here. Ronnie, or is that Ramos, digging out to the Snake corner. They do kill Woodward off the break. They do kill Nate Schrader. 5-on-3, huge for Houston Heat. There goes Ryan Moorhead into the 50 on the Dorito side.
Yeah, they also got Ronnie Dees on up the field here in a real good spot at the wedge to try to capitalize on this high body situation. Moorhead's past the 50, and they're starting to put the pinch on these last bodies. It's not looking good for Uprising to try to hang on to this microscopic, what it must feel like, lead at this point here with Heat just swarming all over the field. They are going to lose 1, though. Houston Heat down to 4 bodies. Ramos joining Moorhead at the wedge here on Uprising side. Graham Arnold tucked in as much as he possibly can in the back corner bunker with Alec Holland in that back center, trying to hold the line with 50 seconds left to go. Ramos is looking for it. Ramos is going to commit. He's going to get cut in half by Graham Arnold, though. No penalty assessed, and he did not put a ball on Arnold. So it was a clean run. Referee is going to give Graham a check, and he is good to go. Time ticking off the clock now, down to 30 seconds. Still multiple attackers here for Houston Heat when they want to launch, and it's going to come soon. They are going to pinch out Alec Holland, and then Ronnie Dizon's going to come through and dice up Graham Arnold, who catches a couple extra crossfield from Ryan Moorhead, who's going to ask his longtime teammate Chad George if he's clean. And we're going to be going to overtime.
Wonderful job by Houston Heat there. Got a little dicey on the end with Holland and Graham Arnold hanging on for Uprising with that 1-point lead, but I love the play call by Ryan Smith and Pat McKenna to send Ryan Moorhead shooting from the hip, sprinting to that 50 mini wall off the break, backed up by Chad George, getting some kills off the break, getting it done.
Tense moments in the pits here with Uprising.
Let's go. They know what they're doing. You got 9 seconds. Who's in on my side? Yep. No, you guys are down. We have 9 seconds left. Okay, so I got the time. Let's get through this.
Hey, Coach.
Looks like they're going to run a garbage time, 9 seconds.
Yeah, just get a little extra moment with that bumping EDM in that pit. They got to get a smoke machine in there, Maddie. Some strobes. But right now, tie game, Hurricanes versus Tauntauns. 5 minutes to go. Both teams 5 out alive.
Looks like Hugo going to be the first for both teams to get into the snake. A little bit more cautious here for the Hurricanes, going heavy guns, but they are going to be losing Daniel Camp, losing a gunfight pretty early out of that can. 4-on-5 situation here in favor of the Tauntauns.
Yeah, no Nick Ripple on this play call. Just Daniel Camp, and he dies. Stuart Ridgell, I believe, gets shot as well through the middle. Hugo Verhage clocking in, Maddie. 5-on-3 advantage.
Yeah, look for a potential towel in this situation here. 5-on-3. We're under, got 4.5. Maybe let it play out for another minute. I'll let it go for maybe another minute.
I'll tell you what, when you blow the horn in a 3-on-5, your guys get pissed at you. But as soon as it goes to a 5-on-2, that's when everyone's kind of like, all right, it makes sense. The 3-on-5, you think, well, if we win a gun battle, we're right back in at 3-on-4.
What I'm saying, just give them another minute. Yeah. But if I'm the Tauntauns and I recognize that we're in a 5-on-3 and there's 5 minutes left in a tie game, I'm going to be very cautiously aggressive, utilize this advantage, but I would like to win a 4-minute point, or maybe a 3-minute and 58-second point.
Totally agree, Maddie. And the other huge factor here is positions. The only forward progress for the Hurricanes is Seawright, who's in the Dorito 2, who's currently shooting a bounce shot off of his own Snake 2. So unless the Tauntauns start giving you something to shoot at, it's not a great situation to try to dig out the 3-on-5. You better believe that Coach Spencer and Hotard are having a really intense conversation right now about how long they want to let this 3-on-5 go, especially when you're looking at the likes of Hugo Verhage, Axel Gaudin, Marky Franz Jr., Fabrice Colombo, and Konstantin Fedorov.
But, Mike, notice the posture of the Tauntauns. At this point, they know they're up bodies. Maybe they don't know exactly that it's a 53, but they know they're in control. They know it's a tie game, obviously. But when you're in this situation, you can see by their body language, they're at least right now no intention to move up the field. So they're going to let this develop, utilize the advantage, start stacking bodies up with Hugo at that 40 and 50-yard lines in the next, I'd say, minute and a half, and then try to get a nice clean close, leaving as little time on the clock as possible. But just like you said, the Hurricanes guaranteed in the pit, probably having a, man, should we concede? What do you think?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Maddie. You just put it perfectly. If you're the Tauntauns, you spend the next minute and 30 seconds doing exactly this, making sure the Hurricanes aren't allowed to do anything crazy, don't engage in gunfights, figure out where the 3 bodies are. You see Fedorov turning around to communicate with the backfield. Let's figure out where the 3 spots are, and then when we hear that 60 seconds, let's get on our horses and go bring it to them. It's 2-on-1 on the Snake side. It's Hugo Verhage and Axel Gaudin just against Brown. Seawright is looking cross-field. And then I believe it's just Seawright, Bell on the Dorito side. So I expect Konstantin Fedorov. I could see him taking a dip inside to that wedge and then going back out across to the outside. I expect Marky Franz Jr. to maybe take a bite through the middle. 50 seconds.
Yeah, great comms here. Great comms from the Tauntauns. But I'm at this point, though, with the lack of movement up the center and trying to take more bites on the D side, I'm kind of wondering, they might think it's maybe 5-on-4 right now.
Yeah, count might be a little off. Ooh, this is huge right here, Maddie. Hugo Verhage is going to come up. Does he get the shot? Ooh, Seawright put a heater that was bound for Hugo's goggles, just able to get down.
But then Hugo intelligently said, okay, well, I've had enough of that angle. I'm going to get back in here. Hey, I'd probably be yelling to the guys, hey, can we develop up the field? What is stopping you guys right now?
Yep. And also, if you're Hugo, if you do want to get on your belly, you can actually go all the way to that snake one. You feel more comfortable doing that with Axel behind you.
Well, now the Hurricanes have brought this down so far that can't really concede the point. You got to just let it ride and hope that you get to overtime. Tell you what, if the Tauntauns can't convert on this 5-on-3, this is one they're going to want back.
Absolutely. 100% correct, Maddie. Axel go down, but look what happens. You hear 60 seconds. Here comes Marky Franz. Here goes for Hagi. Here comes Konstantin Fedorov. Outside goes Fabrice Colombo.
So they're putting themselves in attacking positions. Looks like a little pod toss over to Axel Godin, who had shot his pack dry. Lucky for him that Marky Franz had an extra one, and now they're down to 32 seconds. Marky just told him, hey, 30 seconds. Let's get it going here, boys. As Hugo's going to hit the deck, crawl all the way up, and he's going to have to recklessly engage at this point. They have bodies to burn. They have 2 extra bodies to burn. Looks like Hugo might have got a shot here on the door. 19 seconds to convert this. Still 2 bodies to shoot. They're going to lose Hugo. Body dying Brown for the Hurricanes, and now they're going to feast down the field here. Konstantin Fedorov, and with 8 seconds, this is exactly what we just talked about. They did it perfect.
A+.
A+, excellent job. It took them, it got a slightly dicey right around 32 seconds. But they made those nice moves to close, and they had it in their minds already. They've definitely been probably playing that out for the past couple minutes. Hey, okay, the Hurricane boys, they haven't moved from their positions, so we know exactly where they are now. We just got to burn a couple bodies to get through this zone.
Put that in the paintball museum of how to close a 5-on-3 in a tie game with the clock. That was flawless. Waiting till the 60 seconds. Once the 60 seconds hears it, everyone gets in position. Do it as a group.
Just wondering why the Hurricanes didn't concede the point.
You know, maybe you're looking at the Tauntauns thinking they're going to blow it. We trust our guys. Drew Bell, Seawright. We're in pretty good spots. Turns out Tauntauns in full control.
Yeah, I love coaches that have faith in their guys, but at a certain point, it's your responsibility to make the higher probability decision, even if your guys aren't going to like it.
Yeah, I totally agree, Maddie. I would have blown the horn there, I think, unless Drew Bell said something like, I'll punch you in the face if you blow that horn. Sometimes players say stuff like that. But right now, this is garbage time. Now we're going to overtime. You know, Maddie, I'd take either of these teams if you want to make it interesting. So right now, just a quick moment. That 9 seconds, not going to matter. Both these teams going to go into the pit, gear up for overtime. Tauntauns sealing the victory perfectly against the Hurricanes in that low time situation. But now it's Uprising Heat, 2-2 overtime, 5 minutes on the clock. Looks like Uprising is going to call timeout, get that EDM bumping, get a play call that we feel good about.
I always love the garbage time, extra timeout, because if you're a coach and your top players, it gives you a little bit of time to just sit in the moment. Let's have a real conversation about this. There you go, breath, the breath of life. Man, they play with, I love the vibe. I love Uprising. I really do. It's an awesome squad full of really good dudes. I played with Tyler Michaud on Excessive back in the day, and I've been watching these guys their entire pro paintball careers. It's a fun team. They just haven't been able to get it done at the elite level, but I think that they're heading in the right, I know they're heading in the right direction, but it's these big moments right here. Big time, have to execute. Let's see if Uprising can do it. Now, that being said, I mean, I have some really good friends on Houston Heat, so I don't have a dog in this fight, but Houston Heat historically has been so successful, multiple-time world champs. Those guys are going to be Hall of Famers. It is the scrappy underdog story right now for Uprising if they could go undefeated through the prelims.
Well, who do you got, Matty?
I have too many friends on both squads. I can't because I'm going to hear it from somebody.
Okay. All right. I'll keep my thoughts to myself then.
Who do you got then? I don't know. Make me an offer.
I feel Uprising in my heart. I'm not giving you any odds because these teams have been so back and forth right there.
That is legit. But as I agree with that.
First, the Hurricanes have demanded to play these 6 seconds. Both teams say, hey, 6 seconds, it's over. We don't want it. But the Hurricanes maybe trying to draw a major penalty here. That's really your only hope. 6 seconds to go coast to coast.
It's like Tauntauns, they might have a chance. No, it got interesting. Is good for Colombo. Colombo gets shot in the face and immediately did not shoot his gun. If he shoots his gun and they throw a penalty in that situation, might have a different story there. But they really needed, even to have a really actual possible chance of getting it, needed about another 3 to 4 seconds.
Yeah, really the only chance to score that point is if Colombo decides to shoot someone with a hit on his face and draws the major penalty swing point, but not going to happen. Konstantin Fedorov doing a little dance, but also showing respect to Nick Ripple. Great showdown between two evenly matched teams. Tauntauns finally tested in these prelims, but cruising 4-0 going into Sunday. 2 second places earlier this year. Disappointing showing at Texas, but trying to win World Cup. But right now, it's overtime. Houston Heat, Chad George, Ryan Moorhead back on the Dorito side. It's Jackson Frey, Ronnie Dizon, and Saldana drawing the start here in overtime. Shows the trust of the coaching staff.
That's huge. So who's going to take it here? Uprising trying to go undefeated in the prelims. They're going to get Nate Schrader into the snake, and he's going to make it clean into snake one. No one in the snake here for Houston Heat. And they also get a body out wide, so developing nicely. Still doubled up, though, in the back center.
Yeah, no one wide Dorito side for Uprising. They're only as far as the South Electronics door with 2 in the back center. That's a slightly dicey situation. I thought they might lose someone out of the back center, but in the meantime, Saldana is into snake 3 for Houston Heat. There goes Chad George into the Dorito 2. There goes Ryan Moorhead. There goes Ronnie Dizon.
Yeah, and a fill out wide here from Jackson, and everyone makes it clean. Big fill all the way up for Woodward. He's been everywhere. When I talked to Michaud, I said, where's Woodward playing? He said, he's going to pretty much play everywhere. Okay. And he was lying.
This is the first really proper snake battle that we've seen all day. Both teams with the wedge, both teams in the snake. Whoever wins this.
So, yeah, this is huge right now as the double stack of bodies for both squads battling here on the snake side. They both have a body out behind him. Slightly better, though, with Graham Arnold out wide, though. I'd rather be out wide than at that can.
Alexander Borromeo dipping into the Cousins Paintball D2 here. Still 5-on-5, 3:30 on the clock. If no one scores a point here, we go to 1-on-1s.
We could see it with the 5-on-5 situation as locked up strategically as we are seeing these two teams right now. But a running referee going to go in, check out. Uprising looks like they're good to go.
Chad George thought he shot him, screaming bloody murder. Get him out, not going to happen. Both teams pretty even on the Dorito side. Both teams pretty even on the snake side. Whoever wins the first gunfight here could turn the tide, depending where it comes from. Ronnie Dizon wrapping the inside of that wedge. This 2-on-2 battle on the snake side of Schrader and Woodward against Dizon and Ramos is going to be so critical. Jackson Frey from that Boston Paintball can and Graham Arnold for Uprising from the corner. They're both looking Dorito way. Frey switching snake side, might try to overpower on the snake side if possible.
Yeah, and Ramos just staying very dedicated to a throw. The pod trick actually just kind of tossed it into the air, maybe just to create the tiniest bit of a distraction to get somebody to flinch. Maybe hope that Nate could get a kill on somebody, but it's just been everyone playing some real solid paintball here. Jackson Frey gets checked again, and he's going to be good to go. Movement on the D side is able to get across and into D3 here for Houston Heat. Moorhead also on that side, just staying very dedicated to get Overwatch. So Dizon has Overwatch on Ramos. Moorhead has Overwatch on Dizon. Ramos looking inside and cross field, and Nate Schrader is going to commit a little bit here in the snake as we crack the 2-minute mark. There's Chad George on your screen up at D3. Looks like he's gunfighting down the sideline. Matched up with, I believe, Eaton. He's kind of blocked out. I can't see if that's Eaton. Woodward's over here. It's definitely not him. It's Borromeo.
Yeah, it's Borromeo and Holland over there on the Dorito side for Uprising. Alec Holland has had difficulty even getting his gun up with the pressure that Chad George is putting on him. But Nate Schrader took that bump forward.
Well, if we don't see a death in the next 30 seconds, we're probably going to see 1-on-1s.
Schrader, if he gets picked up in there, it gets a little... Oh, Jackson Frey dies out of the backfield. That's a very tough death from that spot.
He had been catching a ton of pressure, maybe multiple bouncers as multiple times. Referees had gone in there to check him out. Right now, Uprising with the one-body advantage as we're getting close to 1 minute left to go. Can they do something with it, though, or are we going to be going to 1-on-1s?
There goes Borromeo after killing Jackson Frey. He dips into the Dorito 3.
And here comes the launch from Nate Schrader. He's going to get across. Looks like an even trade. And then here goes Woodward. Woodward's going to get shot out by Dizon, who's going to dive into the snake as we're under a minute to go. 3-on-3 situation. No, but then Dizon, the veteran, eats up Holland in the middle. And Ronnie Dizon trying to make this happen here for Houston Heat. Trying to get the crossfield shot on Borromeo. He's going to crawl up and then get absolutely destroyed from Grant Arnold. who timed it perfectly. Graham Arnold on a head check, makes it into a 2-on-2 with 34 seconds left to go. Mike definitely could see some one-on-ones here.
Ryan Moorhead, though, seeming like he wants to make a move forward. It's Borromeo and Arnold against the boys from Latrobe. Ryan Moorhead and Chad George.
But it's not an ideal situation in a 2-on-2 to have both your bodies that close to each other with Graham Arnold sprinting the field. But it doesn't really matter because there's only 12 seconds left.
One-on-ones.
Graham Arnold's going to send it, though. He's got a chance here with 8 seconds, but he had to stop to shoot Ryan Moorhead. And that's going to get Chad George's gun to probably switch, and I think he's going to run out of time. And they needed another 3 or 4 seconds to try to steal this win in overtime. So we will be headed to one-on-ones. Doesn't get any closer than this.
Jeez Louise. I thought when Jackson Frey had died that the ball was going to start rolling for Uprising. Nate Schrader forces the trade. That's all you want there on the Snake side. It's Ronnie Dizon killing Austin Woodward heads up in a close encounter battle there that saves the point for Houston Heat and brings us to one-on-ones.
Now the question is, who do you send out? Are we going to see Nate Schrader? Graham Arnold, always often a choice here for Seattle Uprising.
I feel like Alec Hollins was in these situations too.
Good call. Maybe ride the hot hand. Maybe Woodward.
I go Alec Holland if I'm Uprising. Who do you go if you're Heat?
That's always a tough one on Heat. We had this conversation yesterday. I think I got to go with my boy Moorhead. World Cup MVP, doesn't get rattled in these situations. Still mobile.
I was thinking Moorhead or Soap. Those were the two names that came to mind. Soap is, I know he's new on that team. It's just that I like the guy who's been the last one alive the most in one-on-ones because they find themselves in those situations with the whole field available.
And he's showing survivability, so he's getting good reads on incoming fire, which is crucial in one-on-one. So it's going to be, no surprise, Alec Holland taking the field here. Try to put Uprising into the undefeated situation through the prelims. But he's walking with some confidence. Who is Heat going to bring out? Oh, you know what, though? I like this play call because Ronnie Dizon has been on fire. Also a veteran here, not going to get rattled in situations like this. So it's going to be Ronnie Dizon for Houston Heat taking on Alec Holland.
Ronnie Dizon,
Uprising.
Yeah, Ronnie Dizon plays a ton of paintball too, and he was the hero in that last point. You might not have seen it, but Dizon killing Woodward is what allowed this to happen. Let's see if Dizon can make it happen here against Alec Holland in one-on-ones, Maddie.
2 minutes on the clock. If we can't get a winner in 2 minutes, we're going to go into the next one-on-one battle. So Dizon's going to go left-handed and quickly try to get lost. That's the key in one-on-ones. Holland does have his gun that way, and he picks him up. Holland's going to go to the Aztec here. Better field position slightly for Ronnie Dizon as he's a little bit closer. But Alec Holland, as they lock into a gunfight, Dizon here on your screen. Oh, and Ronnie Dizon going to be the hero here for Houston Heat, the veteran clocking in, playing the first attacker in the Snake. He's been relentless and almost perfect. And in this one-on-one, perfection for Dizon. Houston Heat, Uprising going to go 3-1. Houston Heat going to go 3-1 as well, too. Will we see them fight each other on Sunday? We're going to find out as we get through these prelim matches. What a game.
Big ups to Ronnie Dizon right there. So clutch in the overtime, clutch in the one-on-ones, making Houston Heat 3-1. They were a World Cup perennial. If you look at the banners up here, you see Houston Heat World Cup often. They haven't won a tournament in 4 years, but they're coming for it now. Great job, Dizon. Great job, Houston Heat, taking out Uprising.
What a great game, Mike. What an amazing match. We knew it was going to be good. I was hoping for something like this. I didn't know it was going to be this good, though. And so, even though Uprising not able to make that undefeated run through the prelims, still 3-1, pretty solid. We're going to see them on Sunday. And in that bracket, those should be the top two teams. Let's get a look at the bracket real quick. Yeah, Houston Heat and Uprising were the 1 and 2 seeds. And that should officially do it. So I don't think Infamous has a chance. To look at it real quick, and then Extreme, there's still a little bit more paintball to play for these guys. But I do not think that anyone else in that bracket has a chance. Most likely going to be Houston Heat and Uprising moving forward.
Yeah, nicely done by Heat there. Good job by Uprising, though. Sometimes a loss like that can really be the shot that you need going into Sunday. Have a lot to work on, a lot to improve upon. don't want to get too comfortable, especially going into Sunday where every match gets harder than the last one.
Yeah, I got some more sets coming up here. Coming up next, going to be Diesel taking on Leverage, Infamous and Extreme. And let's check in with our sideline reporter, Cabby Borders.
Hey guys, we're here with Hugo Verhage. Awesome win against the Hurricanes. How does it feel going into Sunday undefeated?
Feeling great, like always. I think we were confident on the field. Just do like some mistakes, but.
And your historical France team, how does it feel to represent France on such a big stage this weekend?
It's a big honor. We are all proud of the team. We got like some support in France and in Europe in general. So yeah, it's feeling really great.
Awesome. Well, thanks for talking to us and good luck tomorrow, okay? And it's Cabby. You're watching Major League Paintball.
There is a sport you've never seen. A game of speed, chaos, and precision, where milliseconds decide legends. Now, you get to see it for yourself.
Big moment in pro paintball history.
Let's go!
Major League Paintball Plus is your all-access pass to the sport's biggest stage. The exclusive home to live tournament paintball action, featuring semifinals and finals of all NXL major events, and much more.
It's just a fantastic time for paintball and all our fans. Just love it.
Go beyond the field with Major League Paintball Plus.
They're really trying to reach every player out there and not just the elite of the elite. They're trying to really show that carbon is the gear for paintball players.
We're an all-in package, so everything from head to toe that we're wearing, but we chose that. It did not get forced on us, but once you wear the product, it speaks for itself.
You can pick and choose what you want in your package. They allow you to be your team the way you want your team to be. And that's what I like about Carbon.
With Carbon, the freedom to wear things without being a factory team or a sponsored team or something like that is so alluring to us. Because over at Battle Creek and at Wolfpack, we like to choose what we believe in. And Carbon checks that box.
It's not just NXL, that's the beautiful thing. Carbon is involved in so many different off leagues. It's insane. I, at EXL, have racked up probably $3,000 or $4,000 with Carbon this year alone because we've got 4 wins.
With the Carbon Cash, you can buy whatever you want through the portal. They really care about you and repping their products, and they give it back to you at the end of the day.
What I really like about Carbon is you're not just a number. You're an actual person, you're an actual team. They are truly building relationships. These guys care, and they care about the divisional player.
The Missouri All-Stars would not be the team without Carbon and without the guys at Carbon. It's the most important piece of the puzzle.
Left to the right, to the left, to the right, let it jump down.
Available now, online or at the HK Army booth.
Welcome back here. Still in the prelims here at the World Cup. AC Diesel taking on Leverage, and Infamous taking on New York Extreme. I'm Matty Marshall here with Mike Jeffrey at this spectacular and wondrous thing that we call World Cup, the biggest and best paintball tournament on planet Earth, Major League Paintball. AC Diesel and Leverage. I'm looking forward to this one here, Mike, because Leverage has looked, this is the best they've looked all year. And if they can beat AC Diesel, it might be Leverage punching their ticket to move on to Sunday.
They're 2-1, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3-1 usually gets you in. So Leverage struggled mightily to start the year off, but might be able to finish the year with a Sunday berth at the World Cup.
But yeah, since Diesel dropped to both Hurricanes and Tauntauns, they won their game this morning against Papalto. But so this must-win situation for Diesel would send Diesel to 2-2, Leverage to 2-2. This one's going to get interesting here. So throwing 15 minutes on the clock, and we're getting after it. Leverage going to be on the blue side, and looks like first body to drop is going to be Lackey. So the way the Lackey's been playing the past couple events for Diesel, yeah, let's get him off the field. But Leverage is going to be dropping a body as well, too. 4-on-4.
4-on-4, but Alfred De Los Santos is already in the Dorito 4. There goes Chris Caputo into the Snake. Always super dangerous for Leverage. Jesse Stevens into the Snake, too. Ooh, Diesel's ripping a bounce shot that is zipping right in on Alfred De Los Santos. And they lose Chris Caputo out of the Snake. Wouldn't be surprised to see Alfred walking off here. Looks like he's living. But Jesse Stevens alone in the Snake now following the death of Chris Caputo. It's a 4-on-3 advantage Diesel.
Yeah, Stevens looking cross-field here on your screen for Diesel with a one-body advantage. So in point one, when you're in a good spot, yeah, you want to clock in and go to work, but just most importantly for Jesse right now, stay alive, let the play develop. Hope your D-side can get a little bit more real estate.
I think Ricky Moran snuck into the Snake undetected. Did he get that first ball in on Baginski? He did not, but he does kill Jesse Stevens, I believe. So 3-on-3 now. Nice job, Ricky Moran, and Leverage to even the body count.
Yeah, huge kill here for Leverage, but this is the scrappy type of paintball that we have seen out of Leverage here at the World Cup.
Well, and not only that, not only do they even the body count, but they have a positional advantage now, too, with the Dorito 4 and the Snake presence. Diesel stuck in the back center, the South Electronics door. BJ Henningberg into the snake. Clint Johnson now getting into the Boston Paintball insert can. Moran gunning down the wire.
Yeah, De Los Santos, D-side. He's had some good looks for him. It's kind of also been a little all over, all over the place. It's been an interesting layout. We've seen players play the D-side and snake side and middle. Makes you less scoutable.
Alfred has been around the game for a long time, but he's still super fast. He gets really horizontal when he dives. One of the prettiest dives in paintball.
Yep. There's Ricky making his move up to a snake 3. So, yeah, better field position here currently for Leverage in this even body situation. If they can stay alive, but they do not. They lose to Santos over there on the D side, and that's a tough death for him.
Yeah, I think might have gotten caught eventually by one of those balance shots. Alfred was in there very early, but getting picked out by Diesel, who played a tremendously long point against Papalto earlier this morning. Now in a longish point against Leverage, 3-on-2 advantage. With Leverage, I believe it's Moran and DeVivo, I believe.
But the way this field is laid out, Mike, we've seen a decent amount of low body magic out here. This has been one of the more interesting fields when it gets down to it on numbers, because we've seen at least a half a dozen times at this event where a guy pulls off a 1-on-3 or they pull off a 2-on-4.
BJ Henberg popping the top. Great job killing Ricky Moran cleanly. Would have taken a trade there. BJ Henberg going to get him all on his own. It's a 3-on-0. There's the concession.
Solid first point here for Diesel. Looks like the Iceman, Mark Baginski, ripping his barrel off and breaking a little bit of paint out there. It's been an interesting week. I would say weekend, but we've been playing since Wednesday. It's been an interesting week for paint because it starts, especially early on in the tournament, it was low 40s in the morning, and then sometimes getting up to high 70s, mid 70s in the afternoon. That's 2 different types of paint.
Sure is. In the morning, trying to make sure it's not too brittle. In the afternoon, making sure it's brittle enough. Sometimes you got a 2-hour gap between your matches, and you're going to have to switch between batches.
Infamous and New York Extreme. Infamous must-win situation for them. Same with New York Extreme. The good thing for New York Extreme, though, is not having to worry about getting relegated. So that monkey's going to be off their back. So they can play with a little bit of freedom here. And they are going to be dropping 2 bodies. Clea and Hennessy walking off early. This is a great break for Infamous.
Yeah, 5-on-3 for Infamous. Definitely disappointed after letting that last one against Energy slip away. But still motivated here to take out the NYX boys. It's Reeser, Russellbeck, and Jamrose on the snake side.
Well, Infamous needs a win here. They're 1-2, but what's crazy about their bracket was they beat Heat, and then they lose to Energy Elite, who hasn't won a game all year. That's crazy. So now they're sitting 1-2 again, must-win situation. If they go 2-2, maybe having a chance, because if Extreme wins this game, that'll send them to 2-2 as well.
NYX, Josh Taylor trying to keep Russellbeck honest over there, trying to not let Jonah Jamrose get too much dominance, but when he checks inside, he's going to get shot. So now 5-on-2, advantage Infamous.
Yeah, Infamous with Jonah Jamrose in a really good spot, or now in a really good spot as he's backing up. Reeser is going to cut to the inside. So looking really solid here for Infamous after shooting those 2 bodies early. Nice little run through for Velez. Going to shoot the first one right-handed. Had time to switch hands. Smokes the last body in the back center. Harris Hussein left-handed. Excellent little finish by the veteran Rob Velez.
Rob Velez looks so calm doing it. Knew exactly where those last 2 bodies were. Knew what he was doing. No mystery there. No slop. Just methodical paintball from Rob Velez in a 1-0 lead for Infamous.
Yeah, good to see them capitalize on that high body situation. Work their way up the field nicely. No real big risks. And then a beautiful finish from Velez. Doesn't really get any cleaner than that.
Just that increasing pressure. Nathan Abul Hassan likes it. Rob Velez knows exactly who he was shooting for on the Dorito side. He said, it was Will. I knew. Now Leverage down 1 against Diesel with an opportunity to punch a ticket to Sunday. Would be a great way to wrap up the year as the Cinderella story out here.
If they could make it to Sunday, that would be an incredibly impressive performance from Leverage, because it has been a bit of a struggle bus ride for them for most of 2025. But they've been progressively getting better here these past couple months. But down by 1 to Diesel. Diesel's going to get Jesse Stevens into the snake. BJ Henningberg not going to play the 2, the second attacker behind him. AC Diesel has doubled up the back center and now gets some movement on the D side. So crossfield does look like a body coming off right now for Leverage, taking the walk from D2. So that's a solid kill here for Diesel as Leverage gets Chris Caputo into the snake.
And that was Alfred dying in the first minute, but taking over that spot is Leverage. Clint Johnson picked up the move, calls it out to Jesse Stevens in the snake. Good comms by Diesel here in a 5-on-4 advantage with the 1-point lead. Ooh, ref, though, going to pull out the Dorito side player. Lackey, I believe. So now 4-on-4. That's huge.
Yeah, that's a big one. Again, Lackey has been a force multiplier for the past 2 events for Diesel. So if you can get him off the field, let's do that. Chris Caputo, he's also that guy for Leverage, but he's still alive. Into Snake 2. Good comms, too. He's got a pretty big voice.
Yeah, Chris Caputo, New York City firefighter out of Staten Island. Leads that team well. Satisfied with nothing less than excellence. They've struggled down here, but this was a team that won their pro spot out of semi-pro, had 1 D2 before that. Going to lose another body out of that Dorito, too. That's been a tough spot for them so far today. Just bad deaths out of bunkers so far in this point, down 1 to Diesel.
Yeah, Jesse Stevens is matching up with Chris Caputo, but they're both looking inside, just kind of playing this, but it is advantage still Diesel because they are up a point and up a body right now. Also moves on the D side here for Diesel, going to get into D4 and makes it clean. And another body again coming off for Leverage. So, yeah, looking a bit dicey here. Diesel up a body. Slow rolling this one. I like to see that. Mark Baginski here on your screen with some great real estate on the D side.
4-on-3. Henningberg and Stevens on the Snake side. Baginski and Johnson on the attack on the Dorito side. It's Caputo and Ricky Moran on the Snake side for Leverage. And I believe Dominic DeVivo in the South Electronics door. I hear refs talking.
Yeah, it has the makings of a little bit of a longer one here because Diesel with the 1-body advantage. But just Diesel can't, if you're Diesel and you get in a high body situation knowing they need margin, I think they need to start pushing the issue a little bit. When you know that, okay, we're up a body, yeah, we're up a point. Wins are what we definitely need here. Or maybe they've done the math and know, hey, a win will get us in. I haven't had enough time here because we've had barely any breaks to actually count the numbers, but
could be, Maddie.
I'm sure they have.
I will say that that's one of the main points of differentiation between the top teams and the bottom and mid-tier teams is playing situations exactly as they should be played, whether it's margin, body count, score. Diesel has struggled this year in part for failure to play situations as they're dictated. Chris Caputo, so sneaky. But Baginski taking a bite forward on the Dorito side.
Yeah, onto Leverage's side. Caputo with a little retreat. And
kills
they
him.
they get the crossfield kill, so nice little retreat to get the kill crossfield here for Caputo. But here comes BJ Henningberg. That is going to even up the count. BJ's going to move inside, so is Jesse and the Snake, and they filter another body outside wide on the D side, so nice job there.
Getting some intel from Jason Trozen on the margin situation. Much appreciated. Chris Caputo, that was filthy. Comes forward, sets up a shot, then retreats and kills Baginski. Here's Maddie with the intel.
This is interesting here as we're watching this play develop, but seeing how Diesel, minor penalty assessed, this isn't going to help him out. So Diesel has to win by, they have to mercy rule this game. This has to be a mercy rule win by Diesel. And again, this intel, did Jason hand this to you?
Yes.
Okay, so if this is from our commissioner, it's probably about as accurate as it's going to get. If Diesel wins by 6, they advance. Which that's what's puzzling me is the pace of play here. So, yeah, all the way into the backfield here. Is that Johnson? Oh, then Johnson's going to get peeled off. Still, though, so the situation is now going to be 1-1, but there's only 6 minutes and 39 seconds left to go. It's tough, right? I mean, you have to aggressively push forward. A mercy roll win is very, very hard, especially with how good the leverage is playing. So that option with 6 minutes and 31 seconds left, the score 1-1, only way Diesel gets through is going to be if they win by 6 and get a mercy roll win.
Yeah, they blew it.
So that's Diesel's opportunity. Now, if Diesel wins by 3, 4, 5, then the Hurricanes advance. But if Leverage wins or loses by 1 or 2, then they advance.
Wow.
So this is why I love the end of the prelims, is because of interesting stories like this. Let's listen in here in the pits with Diesel.
When I went to Mexico, they went back to San shot the Bravo and killed me off the mountain. Yeah. They're Delta guys hard inside, they're Cobra guys hard inside. You come up behind me and we fucking pick on a guy. Okay, we need to be up there a little sooner though.
Yes, you do.
You could have easily gone in earlier and traded with the Snake at least.
When he was in Chicago, right?
Or just anytime.
I can't do it when he's in the Snake too. Guys, they'll just cross. When he's in Chicago, I can get him.
Hey, Clint, because I can be holding the Delta in Iowa, you come up behind me.
Yeah, that was bad by Diesel. Either didn't know the situation or just didn't play it correctly. And by Leverage, almost blew a 3-on-1 there at the end after the minor penalty on Diesel. But Ricky Moran hanging tough there. Leverage in a really good situation to move on, Maddie. They can
have
lose
multiple
by 1 or 2.
Multiple options. So if they win, they move on. And if they, so they just need to keep it close here. And that's exactly what they're doing. It would be amazing to see Leverage make into the deeper rounds and be second in their bracket here at World Cup. They haven't made a Sunday yet as a pro team. And on the breakout right now, Extreme. Harris Hussein rumbling up the middle. He gets caught going a little too big-bodied into that wedge. Taylor tried to dig out wide with some athleticism, and he makes it clean for New York Extreme, but they're down a bunch of bodies here to Infamous.
Yeah, I don't know that NYX has shot anyone yet in this match against Infamous. Infamous looking really strong. Now, Ryan Hall getting into the action, an overwhelming attack on the Dorito side. It's just Josh Taylor and Nico Acevedo, I believe, on the cross from the backfield, trying to hold off Infamous's 5 bodies streaking forward. Probably not going to happen.
Yeah, Infamous looking very comfortable here all the way onto your Extreme side, and here comes the launch from Velez.
Team killed.
Did get team killed. It's not going to matter, though, as Taylor's going to get blasted, and that is going to do it. So score's going to be 2-0 here in favor of Infamous.
Yeah, Rob Velez probably maybe just a little peeved. Like, I was about to have another nice little 2-pack come through the middle, close out, not get shot. You shoot me in the pack as I'm putting it on. Come on, man, let me get mine.
No, they didn't want him to do it anymore. Like, Velez, you've had too much shine out here this week. Too many good points for us. It's my turn. To shoot you in the back.
Yeah.
Take the walk in the pits here with Infamous.
Okay. Good job, Zach. Yeah.
I don't like that answer.
What was it?
Travis asked Sam, what do you think? So I'm asking my front guy, give me a read on what you're seeing out there. That's basically what he's saying. What do you think? And then Sam's response is, which is what some players think coaches want to hear, is anything you want.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of information.
Yeah, I love when my one guy tells me, I want the 303, or hold me short. Yeah.
And I'll think about it.
Yeah.
But still, like, you want a little bit more info. If the coach is asking, you got to give it to him.
But now Leverage in a really great situation. All they have to do is keep this match within 2 points. They can lose by 2 and still make it onto Sunday. So killing 6 minutes without dropping 3 points is all Leverage needs to make it to Sunday for the first time this year. If you're AC Diesel, you need points in a hurry, and you are playing at the wrong pace right now to extend your tournament.
I'm wondering if Diesel knows that, though. When we went into the pits, it sounded, and they said, hey, we need to get up the field faster. So potentially knowing the situation, we need a mercy rule win here.
Maddie, I'll tell you what, the first tournament I coached a pro team, I learned how you have to know margin math out here because everyone's doing it. Henry Sense was all over it, brought me up to speed, but if you don't know your margin situation going into your last game, that is the coach's fault.
Yeah, so good crossfield spread here. Currently even dropping the body with Jesse Stevens taking the early walk with BJ Henningberg, who's had a pretty good tournament here. I mean, he's been a fun person to watch out here for the past couple seasons. Definitely a big part of the core of this roster, especially with the departure of some of the bodies mid-season. And he's going to have to take over the attack as Jesse took the early walk.
Alfred De Los Santos in the Dorito 2, make it the Dorito 3. Chris Caputo in the snake corner. Dominic DeVivo in the back center. And they're also in the South Electronics door.
If I was the Hurricanes right now, I would be in the pits with Diesel coaching them up.
Yeah.
What do you need? You mean to wipe off your hits, give you some insight on what I saw out there? Because we need you to win by 3 or 4 or 5.
Yep.
So we can move on here.
Do you think Diesel would allow them to be in their pit? Because sometimes guys get prideful, like, we don't want your help, we don't need it. But we'll see. Chris Caputo is in the snake. He's backed up by Woj, who's in the snake corner. He's wearing a Caputo jersey. So
to answer your question, though, that's the same guy that wants to move his couch by himself.
Yes. Yeah. That's kind of been Diesel's MO a little bit.
Many hands make light work.
Let's see here. 4-on-4 situation. Every second that ticks off the clock benefits Leverage making Sunday for the first time.
Yeah, and I think they know. And that's why they're playing this the way it is. It's even here, so they just need to keep it to within 1 or 2, and they're doing an absolutely perfect job of it. It's tied up.
I think he's here. Chris Fermo is their head coach on PB Leagues. He's a longtime teammate of Alfred De Los Santos, going back to the Long Island Fight Team back in D1 semi-pro. He's been their coach this year. Hopefully did the margin math. They're going to kill Baginski off the Dorito side. That's massive. Each kill, it feels like Leverage gets that much closer to punching their ticket to Sunday, which for a lot of teams, that's not the goal. Leverage went into this tournament sort of on the relegation bubble.
Oh, absolutely on the relegation bubble.
To make it to Sunday when everyone thought maybe you'd be one and done in the pro leagues would be a great achievement. That's a bad fill right there by Woj, though.
They were only 20 points past Energy Elite in 19th place.
Wow.
That's almost as bad as it gets. Double points for Cup. Has a body dropping here for Leverage, but that was their story heading into this one, and I just have to tip my hat and respect, a little salute here to Leverage. I know there's still a lot of paintball to play, and they're trying to punch a ticket to Sunday, but the fact that they have done the work they've done here in the prelims earns my respect.
Yeah, me too, and we were really tough on this team early in the year because they weren't showing us much, and I think if you asked after 2 tournaments who's going to get relegated, most people would say Leverage. Instead, it's going to be Energy Elite relegated and Leverage looking very good to play on Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, they're playing this perfect. Just slow playing it. We're down to 2:15. Doesn't matter. Again, the situation is if Leverage, as long as they're only losing by 1 or 2 or winning by 1 or 2, they're going to punch their ticket to Sunday. And that's just, unfortunately, a tough situation for Diesel because they needed to start this one quick. Ended up with the first point running a little long and just kind of running out of seconds to work with here.
Yeah, they played it way off the pace. This is excruciating viewing if you're the New Orleans Hurricanes because you're like, all Diesel needs to mercy roll. They got to come out here, be on the gas pedal. Instead, you're watching these long points. You're watching your tournament slip through your hands powerlessly. Of course, they had their own opportunities, which they squandered, but to watch Diesel just sit in their bunkers, not doing what they need to do to move on. And
maybe the Diesel did again, I got this math from our commissioner as BJ Henningberg's going to launch to try to crack this one open. Looked like a beautiful move. If there's no penalty, that was an amazing move from BJ Henningberg. I can't believe he got a ball in the back center. Oh, that was great, BJ. Nice looks. But I'm just wondering if they maybe did the math a little wrong again. And maybe my math's wrong. I don't know. But this was, again, given to me by Jason Trozen, and he's the commissioner. He's typically dead on these things. That's why he does that job. They're going to concede the point. So Leverage is going to spot Diesel won with 50 seconds left to go.
Yeah. You don't want to concede there if you're leverage. You're not worried about winning the match. If you know your margin situation perfectly, every second that comes off benefits you. Now if Diesel scores 2 quick ones right here, it opens the door for the Hurricanes.
Yeah.
A loss by 3 and the Hurricanes are in. So now I don't care if Diesel's allowing me in their pit or not. If I'm the Hurricanes, I'm like, we need push plays. We need push plays.
Yeah. If I was the Hurricanes' new owner, I'd be over there talking to Mark like, hey, can we cut a deal?
Yeah, let's cut a deal.
I'll buy 5 of your flights if you guys recklessly attack here for these. and you succeed. You have to succeed, though.
Right now, it's been all Infamous in this one against NYX.
On the breakout right now here with just way more time left in this one. These points are going a lot faster. This is almost guaranteed to go into Xball. Unless we pop off an 11-minute point all of a sudden. And looks like Hennessy's going to be taking the walk here for Extreme. Infamous also down a body as Sam Silver taking the walk from the D side. So both teams losing a body from that Dorito side. 4-on-4. Oh, Jonah Jamro's dropping a gunfight. Back corner on the Snake side as Brusselback gets into the Snake. So it's a 3-on-4 in favor of New York Extreme, and that's what they need right now.
Yeah, New York Extreme struggled in these first 2 points, got almost blown off the field, but surviving the breakout for the most part. Now Ray Bucco, the pride of Rhode Island, getting into Snake 1 for NYX, trying to make his name out here in the pro division for the small state in the United States. He's backed up by Harris Hussein, I believe Kalea.
Battle going down here in the Snake, though, Mike, as Brusselback is giving a look. Can he see the leg from here? He should be able to see the leg, and he gets a shot here. Nice little one-hander from Brusselback, clearing out Bucco from the Snake. Excellent job from Brusselback. And then he might have got clipped, though. Oh, a little bit too much there from Brusselback after a nice move and a good read. Turns it into a 2-on-3 now in favor of New York Extreme.
Yeah, NYX had no idea that Brusselbeck was there. He kills Bucco, and then someone picked it up and put a shot. Sean Saucedo doesn't know that Brusselbeck is dead. He's in that Dorito 2 shooting a cross shot, bounce shot. But it's a 3-on-2 advantage, NYX. Yeah, they did not see Brusselbeck come off. All 3 NYX players very concerned about Brusselbeck getting in their grill. But it's just the Dorito player and Trevor Reeser in the Snake corner. Saucedo, Hussein in number 9 for NYX. Can't see the name on that jersey.
Makings of a long one here. Extreme posted up, down 2, but body language looking like they're not trying to make moves right now.
Well, they don't know they're up a body, and they think that third body for Infamous is inside their Snake. So gets a little dicey to make moves when you're assuming there's an imminent threat in your backyard. And that's Rob Velez in the Dorito 3 for Infamous. He and Trevor Reeser are in touch, and as long as NYX thinks that Snake is hot, it really benefits Velez and Reeser. Hussein, some profanity out there. 32 he calls, so now NYX has the count.
And diving into the Snake.
Lembo.
Yeah. Lembo, I like that move here. And he's just, no one's really gunfighting right now.
The former teammates, Rob Velez and Sean Saucedo, both played on Revo in 2023. They got a showdown between those Doritos, but now it's Trevor Reeser into the Snake 2. Lembo is in the Snake 3.
He's blocked out from that crossfield shot on that 50-yard line over there. So he's going to try to get Reeser in a gunfight here. Lembo and Reeser. Did Reeser get the drop in on him? No. So Lembo, and then cutting through the inside. There goes Harris Hussein. He's going to get chopped up by Trevor Reeser, and Trevor Reeser is going to get a 2-for-1 trade here.
1-on-1.
Turns it into a 1-on-1.
No, 1-on-none.
No, 1-on-none. That other body drops as well. So rough one here for New York Extreme. Thought they had a chance to pull within 1 and make this a game. But Trevor Reeser with the beautiful run through, the difference maker here.
Yeah, and Rob Velez must have shot Sean Saucedo at some point in there too. So great job by Reeser and Saucedo, taking advantage of the miscommunications from NYX, who had the kill count wrong for a while, coming forward for that action. 2-for-1 trade for Reeser on the snake side. Velez beating Saucedo heads up, 3-0 Infamous.
Yeah, Infamous earning that one the hard way. Work having to be done by Reeser and Brusselback, though. So, well, Brusselback comes up and he gets the nice look read on the He's head checking. You can see that Buko's leg is just way out too far. Could have been tucked in a little bit more. Kind of shoots him right in the groin there, but then just gives a little bit too much. As dinked out, maybe tip a barrel there. Then the head referee saw it from the stand and pulled him out. And then Reeser blazes through to break that one open, and we're in the pits right now with New York Extreme.
Lucy the snake. We didn't know the 32, we were late on it. I know, but Harris is picture saying our snake, all the years.
Didn't know it was the corner.
That's good diagnostic communication in the pit for NYX. Josh Taylor saying, we didn't get the Lucy, we didn't see the snake come off, so we didn't know it was a 32, a 3-on-2. That was the problem there. Knowing how many they have and how many we have, so important.
I love when we cut to the pits and we get an accurate diagnostic situation from one of the veterans on the team.
Hey, on the clipboard.
Now, Diesel up 1. They will be going home no matter what. So they needed to win by 6 to have a chance. Leverage, as long as they don't lose by 2. Or don't lose by 3.
Yeah, so Diesel really need to try to force the issue here, but if they had to win by 6, that story's over. It's just going to be Leverage trying to burn off 40 seconds on the clock. Just take the loss. Who cares? You're going to move on, at least according to the math that the intel we were given.
I feel bad for the New Orleans Hurricanes watching this right now because it's excruciating. 50 seconds left. If Diesel somehow puts up 2 points in under a minute, you have a chance to go on, but Diesel not interested in it. Content to take a 1-point victory that will not allow them to move on. Shout out to Leverage and Chris Caputo. He's coming after it. He wants to win this match. He's not done.
Chris Caputo going to launch here with 5 seconds left. He does get eaten up. No penalty assessed. Gets the kill inside. Here comes a couple more bodies in the closing moments here. So Diesel going to get the victory. But again, according to our information, it does look like Leverage will be moving on to their first Sunday of the year. We get 5 events. World Cup's the biggest and hardest one to win. Hardest one to do well in because everyone's so dialed for this. You have no excuses once you get to the end of the season. And it does appear that Leverage will be moving on.
Great growth throughout the year for Leverage here.
Yeah, Diesel didn't look too sad. They just got the win, but
they didn't look too happy either.
That's true. I'm just trying to read the vibes down there.
That didn't look like we made it. We're moving on. Body language to me, but I could be wrong. 3-0 Infamous over NYX. They shoot Josh Taylor, bounce Josh Taylor off the break, so it's a 5-on-5 break here. Infamous with a commanding 3-0 lead. They've looked really good, both in high body and low body situations here. Zach Patient cutting into the middle. It's Will Hennessy coming over to the snake side now.
Well, they need some sort of offense here, and it is interesting to see Hennessy, the vet on the squad, transition from the D side to get into the snake side, and they're going to get a kill inside out of the back center here for Infamous. So it's a 5-on-4 situation in favor of New York Extreme. Hennessy is going to crawl up in the snake and get into snake 2. Looking inside, no match in the snake here currently for Infamous. They're going to decide to rumble up the middle with Ryan Hall as Callie Rudolph to take the early walk.
Yeah, that was Will Hennessy on an inside wrap on Callie Rudolph. Great kill for him. Oh, NYX does lose one off the Dorito side. I believe that's Acevedo, so unable to keep the body advantage. They do have 4 alive, but Infamous into the Dorito 4. into that center brick on the snake side. Also in the mini wall on the Dorito side in the snake insert. NYX again has the count off a little bit. Josh Taylor calling Dragon China 54, but it's actually a 44. Acevedo died. Rob Velez getting into the snake for Infamous. He's been all over the place, Matty.
Yeah, he really has. He has been up the middle. I think he's played almost all of the positions out here, especially if we're counting the 3-man too.
Ooh, patient kills Hennessy out of the snake. Nicely done.
Yeah, just tough situation here for Extreme. Had a chance. But Infamous trying to extend this lead and make this one interesting here. They're going to go 2. Well, we'll see. They're going to see how it's time left, but it's definitely looking like they're going to go 2-2. Not going to be able to move on, though, because they're in the bracket with a 3-1 Houston Heat and a 3-1 Seattle Uprising, and we don't get wild cards here at World Cup.
Yeah, and it's tough because if they did need a wild card, it looks like they're doing great on margin, but just too little too late for NYX or for Infamous.
So Infamous with another point. I'd like to give a big shout out to Chick-fil-A. And the interesting story here is that, Chick-fil-A is a corporate entity, but this is a family-owned store here in Celebration. So big shout out to them. It's a local restaurant serving fans here at this Kissimmee, Florida World Cup. And Major League Paintball announcing a new partnership with Chick-fil-A, which is a locally owned and operated restaurant. Address 6050 Erlo Bronson Memorial Highway, and going to be the official Pro Field sponsor here at the World Cup. And you can definitely notice the omnipresent giant cow in the back corner bunker there on the top left-hand side of your screen when we cut to the drone shots.
And eat more chicken, that cow.
Yeah, but make sure you get your Chick-fil-A here today, because Chick-fil-A not open on Sundays.
Famously closed on Sunday.
Let's get a little update here. I don't know if Leverage knew the math, but they're going to be moving on for the first time. Let's check in with Cabby Borders.
Hey, let's go, Reeser. JJ, come on, baby. Come on.
Well, we're going to wait for Cabby, but I am interested to hear this, though, because I don't know. I actually got a text from Rainey Stanzik, and he said, I don't know if Leverage knew the math, but they're in. We've been talking about that because Jason gave us the math. So maybe playing that game thinking, oh, we lost. Don't know if they're going to move on. You got to have a math guy on the squad for sure, because I don't know if Diesel knew the math either. They need to win by 6.
It's really essential. These teams, Heat, Ironman, Dynasty, all these teams know their exact situation when they go into that game. We need to win by 2. We need to win by 4. If we lose by 2, and this team wins, but
crucial information out
Crucial.
Yeah, unfortunately for Infamous, because Heat went 3-1 and Uprising went 3-1. It really is. What will matter for this, though, they go 2-2 if they end up winning by the Mercy Rule, maybe for seeding next year. But as kind of a rough start to this point here, multiple bodies walking off for New York Extreme.
2 kill, 1 from Infamous, but they're going to lose yet another. So I think it's just 2 bodies left alive, and they're both on the Dorito side for NYX, looking at 4 Infamous bodies. Not a great effort here so far by NYX. Oh, Harris, though, getting after it. Got a little lost on that Dorito side. He's going to kill Jonah Jamrose crossfield. Harris, not one to go down easily. I'm pretty sure he got shot right there. He did.
Yeah, he definitely did. Yeah, Infamous. This is Infamous Paintball here, where they're just looking outstanding, having no problems with just demolishing New York Extreme, and you just got to ask, well, where was this at the beginning of the tournament? I maybe to think that Infamous might be putting too much pressure on themselves early on in the events.
I mean, they have the vets and threats, like you're always talking about, Maddie. They got a Hall of Famer coach in Travis Lemansky. They are the Pro DNA flagship team, so they're getting the best Pro DNA paint out there. They got all that gear that Callie Rudolph designs. Pro DNA's got some swaggy stuff. But Infamous.
Yeah, they got some of the sickest gear in the game, that's for sure. I'm not just saying that because I'm boys with Travis Lemansky, but Yeah, it's just been an unfortunate year for Infamous, just underperforming with the roster that they have. It's been years since they've been able to win one, but now we got a chance here. Let's check in with Gabby Borders.
All right, guys. Yeah, I'm down here. Leverage came off the field. They had no idea that they had a ticket into tomorrow. So the morale was low, and then chatter starts, and now they have figured out that they might have that ticket into tomorrow. So the attitude, it has completely changed, and they're all hyping each other up.
That's, to be honest, Mike, kind of hilarious.
It's very funny.
They had no idea they made it onto the Sunday. Oh, that's great. But think about the momentum shift there, or the mental, Cup, we just lost this game 2-2, no chance. Well, Diesel probably going to be making it on, and all of a sudden somebody comes in and just bestows upon you your dream. You're going to finally make it to the top. You're going to be having a chance, or to the top teams. You have a chance to win the tournament. You're making it to Sunday. What a 180.
I guarantee Chris Caputo came into that pit and ripped into them down one because he died on his sword going through the middle. They had all those sinners down one who were still in the backfield. I'm sure he's like, what are you guys doing? We're trying to move on to Sunday. You can't be in the backfield. And instead it's like, actually, lose by one is exactly what you needed to move on.
Hey, that was a solid New York accent. You are a Northeast guy, so I would expect you to have a decent one.
That's not a Rhode Island accent. I'm trying to do the Staten Island. There are variations.
Indeed. Yeah, and this is, again, just a frustrating one for Infamous. I haven't seen the math on this one. I don't think they don't have a chance. There's no way, because Houston Heat's 3-1,
yep.
Uprising's 3-1, and even though Infamous just demolishing Extreme.
I like to say in these matches, even though it's not going to be determinative for playing on Sunday, you're fighting for the soul of your team. To end on a victory, to have the guys come together, to end on a good feeling versus, say, having a poor performance against a team you think you're better than in NYX, to end on a loss, a disappointing thing. At least have some smiles at dinner. Some good stories to tell.
Well, NYX has trended up. Couldn't win a game in the first two events, but 1-3, 1-3, and now potentially 1-3.
And did enough to keep their pro spot. That was, I think, they'll never admit it. Harris will certainly never admit it. That's goal number one going into this tournament.
That means he didn't waste his money this year because he kept his pro spot. These
right.
pro spots are worth some money, so
yep.
Takes a bit of investment here.
Now, Infamous trying to finish their season with a Mercy Rule victory. They're going to kill Nico Acevedo off the break. They are going to lose Zach Patient as well. So 4-on-4 start here. Rob Velez picking up the snake attack for Infamous. He's in that insert bunker.
Yeah, just 3 minutes and 48 seconds left. Let's see if Infamous can finish this one off, even on the spread, but talk about grinding gears. It's been very frustrating here for Extreme. There's deaths out of bunkers, losing first attackers, early deaths.
Callie Rudolph into the snake wedge, playing over the top, comes off it just as Josh Taylor is zipping into that snake corner, now into that 50 brick. Infamous up 5, 3 minutes left to play, or even body count. Don't have to do too much here. It is nice to get that Mercy Rule victory. But this one's pretty much out of reach if you're NYX, barring major penalties and a lot of chaos.
Mike, you talked about soul of the team, right, as Harris is going to dive into the snake. If you're Infamous, not going to be making it on to Sunday, but a Mercy Rule win at the end, that's playing for the soul of your team right there.
Exactly.
Get good vibes going into the offseason. For Travis, just going to have to try to retain this talent and then reset next year.
I mean, if I'm a team that's been on the bubble, I'm looking at Sam Silberg. I'm looking at Rob Velez. I'm looking at Trevor Reeser. You're not going to get Callie Rudolph out off that team, but, it's tough to retain talent in this pro division. The offers are in the air all around World Cup, in the back of vendor booths, in the pro pits. The whispers are happening about 2026.
At the 50?
At the 50. Yeah, meet me at the 50, the bar over there. Hey, let me buy you a beer. How are you over there? You like everything there? What are they paying you?
How are you feeling right now?
Yeah.
Feeling good about 2026?
Oh, frustrating. Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
We're happy over here.
Yeah, vibes weren't good. Hey, man, you got a spot over here. Just let me know. No pressure.
I just think you're such a great player, and they're just not using you the right way over there.
Yeah, we're just that's legit, though. That's actually how those conversations go. Not going to lie.
Rob Velez into the snake 2. He's on his left elbow. He might eat up Harris if Harris tries to take a look inside. It's a big man and not a big bunker right there, but Harris never one to shy to engage.
Yeah, just a minute and 30 left to go. Infamous, I'm sure they'd take a 5-0 victory here, but again, playing in the last one, want to make a statement. Let's mercy rule this game. I'd even be willing to take a risk if I'm Infamous in engagements here in this minute and 15, because a 5-0 win, 5-1 win, what does it matter? The 6-0 is the one you want.
Yeah, I agree, Matty. And it looks like they do want it. Oh, nice wrap on the inside by Callie Rudolph there.
Yeah. Ooh, Callie gets the wrap, but then he gets killed as Josh Taylor is going to smoke Callie, but here comes the counterattack. Oh, Velez begging for a penalty. He's going to get it, major penalty, so that's going to be the coffin nail here, and it's under a minute. That's going to be the last point here in this set. So unfortunately, New York Extreme is going to end their season with a major penalty, pulling out the last bodies.
Yeah, that's a tough way to end the year. Major penalty, mercy rule defeat. But you know what? I don't worry about the soul of NYX. Those guys always seem like they have a good time. Haven't performed in 2025, but I expect to see them back next year.
They're not getting relegated. And I'll tell you what, Harris has done a good job. I talked to him at the beginning of the year. I said, he's like, I'm having this big tryout, Matty, and we're going to pick up these guys. Maybe what do you think about these guys? And we had a long conversation about it. But over the year, he's definitely tried to retain talent, get new talent, picks up Salcedo. Hopefully they can keep him for 2026 because Sean's a veteran. Like they were giving Taylor some spins, even though, yeah, he was the one that drew the major. But still, I do think that with some of that, young, like threats and vets, they have the vets, and they have some of these younger threats. So, and then now maybe even try to get a couple other bodies.
Yeah, put it together.
So it looks like Cabby Borders is down with Chris Caputo. They just found out they made Sunday. Oh, let's listen in.
Sounds like you guys just found out that you made it in tomorrow. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, losing today didn't feel good at all, but we got confirmation that we're going on. We're moving on to Sunday, our first Sunday, and we did it at World Cup, so we couldn't be happier. The team played great. Everybody came out, they stood out, they did what they had to do, and we're just happy to be here.
That's awesome. And you were really tearing it up in the snake out there. So what is your mentality about tomorrow, game-wise?
Just win. We just want to win. I know it's cliche to say, but we want to go out there and win World Cup. That's what we want to do. We're gonna correct the mistakes we made yesterday and today, and we're gonna clean it up, and we're gonna come out and try to win World Cup.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris, and congratulations about tomorrow.
Thank
you,
guys.
It's Cabby, and you're watching Major League Paintball.
From the back center. To get ready for a weekend packed with action, let's take a look at a few key things to watch out for as the competition kicks off. Starting off with the snake side, the bunkers primarily responsible for locking down this side of the field are the wedges as well as the stand-up brick on the Dorito side. Both of these spots have strong angles that can stop the snake side push, but both have weaknesses to watch out for. For the Dorito side brick, this bunker is highly visible to both sides of the field, making it susceptible to being pinched out. And for the wedges, they'll need to worry about the center pushes that pull their attention for fears of being run down. On the Dorito side, setting up up traps from the center as well as matching your opponent's positioning are what's going to determine how this side of the field plays. Keep an eye on the Dorito side brick, as where this player's gun is focused could make or break a point. And lastly, the middle. There aren't many great shots from the back center, but as we mentioned earlier, the center bunkers can apply immense pressure and take control of both sides of the field. Watch out for how teams find creative ways to avoid shots off the break and take control of the middle. Well, that's it for now. To keep up with all the action, be sure to follow Major League Paintball on all socials, and we'll see you in the next one.
There is a sport you've never seen. A game of speed, chaos, and precision, where milliseconds decide legends. Now, you get to see it for yourself.
Big moment in pro paintball history.
Let's go!
Major League Paintball Plus is your all-access pass to the sport's biggest stage. The exclusive home to live tournament paintball action, featuring semifinals and finals of all NXL major events, and much more.
It's just a fantastic time for paintball and all our fans. Just love it.
Go beyond the field with Major League Paintball Plus.
They're really trying to reach every player out there and not just the elite of the elite. They're trying to really show that carbon is the gear for paintball players.
We're an all-in package, so everything from head to toe that we're wearing, but we chose that. It did not get forced on us, but once you wear the product, it speaks for itself.
You can pick and choose what you want in your package. They allow you to be your team the way you want your team to be. And that's what I like about Carbon.
With Carbon, the freedom to wear things without being a factory team or a sponsored team or something like that is so alluring to us, because over at Battle Creek and at Wolfpack, we like to choose what we believe in. And Carbon checks that box.
It's not just NXL, that's the beautiful thing. Carbon is involved in so many different off leagues. It's insane. I, at EXL, have racked up probably $3,000 or $4,000 with Carbon this year alone, because we've got 4 wins.
With the Carbon Cash, you can buy whatever you want through the portal. They really care about you and repping their products, and they give it back to you at the end of the day.
What I really like about Carbon is you're not just a number. You're an actual person, you're an actual team. They are truly building relationships. These guys care, and they care about the divisional player.
The Missouri All-Stars would not be the team without Carbon and without the guys at Carbon. It's the most important piece of the puzzle.
Left to the right, to the left, to the right, let it action better.
Available now, online or at the HK Army booth.
Hey, it's BRNT at CRBN, here at the DRV, an absolute hot rod force feed loader. What separates the DRV from the competition is our LCD display on the back. This has a built-in timer, ideal for classic paintball, but if you're playing anytime paintball at all, the ability to know what's going on without a scoreboard is an advantage. Along with our adjustable torque settings, 1 through 5, allows you to shoot any paint in every condition. If you're shooting super brittle paint, turn it down. If you trust the paint, it's a little bit harder, you can turn it all the way up, shoot 25 balls a second, no problem. The DRV features a revolutionary automatic anti-jam, no button to push. The DRV also features an aluminum feed neck for an absolutely positive gun mount. DRVs feature a magnetic, tool-free disassembly. You can field strip the loader in seconds. Each DRV includes a speed feed, rain lid, and charging cable for the lithium-ion battery. They also ship in a zippered case. DRV is currently available in 8 different colorways. Learn more about the DRV at crbnpaintball.com.
What's up, guys? R2 with X Factor. Got a Project Powerhouse rig right here. Honestly, never goes down, and even if it was to, I've got great techs that can take care of it any second.
It might be a double.
seconds.
Inside you somewhere lies a Hydra. An immortal, multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test is a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey guys, Travis Lemansky here. I wanted to introduce to you our brand new joggers for 2026. We have two new joggers. These are the Hyperlight joggers, so the lightest ones we've ever made, but also the most durable. Cordura knees, all double stitched. One cool feature here, you know how you've ever had a microfiber, you pull it out at the last second, but then whatever else is in your pocket, your ID or whatever goes flipping. So we have two pockets. So one to put your ID in, and this is YKK weather resistant zippers, best in the game. And a pocket that's just ready to rip. So you can pull your pocket-sized microfiber in and out as you want. Keep your valuables secured in here. These are super stretchy. That way they don't rip and tear on you. They also are like a quick dry. So as you get hot and sweaty or wet or whatever, these things dry out in minutes. Two swab pockets, of course. And my favorite part is the little scrunch cuffs. I like the super tiny cuffs that just go on and off super easy. And of course, our plastic tipped drawstring. So for your comfort. So that's the first pant. This is the Hyperlight. Oh, almost the most important thing. If you are a team and you're interested next year, you want to get your logo on here, these are fully customizable. Just put your team in here. It's super easy. Talk to sponsorship at infamouspaintball.com to get that done. And our second one, for everyone that plays on turf and practices on turf and all that good stuff, Kevlar knees. So triple stitched with the same Hyperlight material. So again, the lightest weight Kevlar joggers we've ever made, the lightest in the sport, but with the most durable knees. Same YKK weatherproof zippers and our plastic tipped drawstrings. So check it out. Available today on infamouspaintball.com. And if you're going to World Cup, see you there.
Hey, it's Walker with CRBN, here to show you how easy it is to set up your team account through the custom CRBN team site. Our team program is designed to be super simple and make your life way easier. There's no minimums, there's no required packages, and you'll get season-long access to our catalog at a discount team price. Plus, you can design more custom products. The first step of the process is to design your custom jersey. Now, that might sound weird if you already have jerseys or you're going through a different provider. However, this is a crucial step in building out your whole team catalog. So we're going to use your guys' logo, team colors, and your sponsors to build other cool custom products. For just $19.95, your team will get instant access to the team catalog, as well as discounts, specials, promotions, product releases, and your own custom team gear. As soon as your team approves your design for your jersey, you're going to get access to custom training jerseys. We're going to do away jerseys for you guys. We have custom pod bags, barrel cases, team banners, goggle bags, cleat covers, and now we have custom goggles. All right, it's that simple. Your team will have the easiest access to a team program throughout the whole season. They'll have the best gear, the best support, and the opportunity to have the best contingency in the whole industry. Have questions? Shoot us an email at teams@crbnpaintball.com. We can't wait to see what you guys create.
What's up, guys? Archie with X Factor.
Hello, I'm Leo from Russian Legion.
Zach Geiger with LA Ironman. I'm Constance Photo. Kyle Spica.
Kyle Bowen, Baltimore Arsenal.
Cole Roberts, San Antonio X Factor. Got a Project Powerhouse rig right here.
This is the best regulator in the game. It's the best air system what we can expect. You know, like, it's so consistent.
Honestly, never goes down, and even if it was to, we've got great techs that can take care of it any second.
I use the flyweight tank, 80 cubic inch, 0 issues, lightest tank in the game.
I love my Powerhouse rag, ensuring that airflow is always consistent as it goes into my CS3 Pro. Superior to all of the regs.
Got the Powerhouse rig here, super consistent, easy to adjust. You know, if you want to have the fill nipple out to the side, which kind of gets in the way, have it bottom or up.
Anytime, in any weather, anywhere, you can be sure the gun is works.
Always shooting the Powerhouse rig, most consistent rig on the market.
Service is always good. They're in here taking care of us.
Here in the United States, of course. 0 issues. Choose Powerhouse.
Use the Powerhouse.
Choose Powerhouse.
So welcome back here. Matty Marshall alongside Anthony Vitale, and we got a special little moment for Team USA. As Anthony, you guys have been doing some really cool stuff with paintball for a long time. Obviously, Boston Paintball, you're an OG from back in the day, but you know, and for years now, you guys have just done amazing things with BKI, the Combine, Team USA. You've been such a leader behind the scenes, really helping build that up, and they've done some really special things. They've been performing incredibly well. So talk to me about 2025 here for Team USA.
Had a tough finals. France played us tough, and they came up with a silver, and the vets came home with a bronze. So, still overall a good year. I'm sorry.
All right, there we go. So, Anthony, talk to us again. Team USA, break it down for me here. Successful 2025.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we had a great year, starting with the Combine, and then that Combine again is going to be in the same spot we had it last year. We had it at Wastelands in Houston, Texas. So this year is January 31st and February 1st. It's a 2-day event. We were able to scout a lot of good talent out there, put together some good wins for us. We had 3 gold medals with the U16, U19, and the women's. The men had a good finals, but France beat them out and came in second, so they got silver. And the veterans pulled the bronze. So overall a good year for the program.
Yeah, I would say a very good year. It's been a series of good years. I'm always rooting for you guys, obviously, from the United States, and played on some all-star teams overseas before. So every time that this happens, I'm tuning in, regardless of the hour, hoping you guys pull through. But, one of the questions that people always ask me, Matty, what happens when the Dynasty guys retire? What happens when these legends in the game, these future Hall of Famers retire? And I would just say, look at your screen right now. You see all those young kids out there? We got females playing the game now. So happy that that's happening here. We got the WNXL. We got these kids programs and what you guys are doing with the Combine. It's just special. I wish I had that when I was 16. It was the opposite. It was either pro and amateur. That was the only thing you had back in the day. And then now there's just so many ways to get into the game, so many levels of play, and so many awesome programs. And you guys are the big one here. So how do people get involved?
Yeah, it starts with our BKI programming. The professors do a really good job. They've really invested. Ryan made a nice set of drills where we can actually have some metrics, where you can actually go back and see some of the metrics that we've been running for the past since 2019. So it's good to see. And a lot of these players are just trying to beat the best scores too. And some of the pros are doing them as well, and it gives you that good baseline to see where you are. So we're happy. We're hoping that people can come out to the Combine if they're interested. We're even taking 2 or 3 veteran spots this year from the Combine and from the tryout. So if anybody's interested that's over 40 and feels like they can hang with some of the 40-year-olds that are out there still playing pro, we'd love to have you out as well.
Yeah, it just puts a smile on my paintball soul here to see what you guys are doing with Team USA, the Combine, and it's just been incredibly impressive. Seems to get better every year, that we got to get the men's to handle next year. It was very frustrating to watch Team France crush us, and they didn't crush us, but it was an exciting game. But I was hoping for a sweep again.
Yeah, the last 2 years we had a complete sweep. So, and U16 and U19 have won 4 years in a row. So, I mean, some of those guys, I'm going to point out a few of them. Colton Dahl this is his last year playing with us. So Colton, really good captain for us this year, and he's been playing at least 5 gold medals. Evan Middleton is taking over the reins. He's got over 5 gold medals as well, and he's got 3 years left with us. So he has an opportunity really to break some records, hopefully for us, with some gold medals. And we have a very good crew. There's a little bunch of legacy kids out of Florida that are playing D2 right now that are still eligible for U16, so that they're playing a good level.
It's good to see some legends out there. LB Fowl, looking forward to seeing him in the Hall of Fame at some point in time. Corey Field. Todd Adamson's already in there. Got the females representing, see some big faces in the WNXL out there. It's just really cool, man. Congratulations to everything you're doing and keeping the light bright in that part of the sport, and it is incredibly impressive. So just one last time before we sign off, and also coming up next, it's going to be Navy taking on the Marines in the Commander's Cup. It's one of the most fun events to watch out here because it's going to be wild. There's coaching involved, and the military guys get crazy out here. But one last time, where can people go to get more information about this to get involved?
Paintballcombine.com. You can go there now. The registration is open for the January 31st and February 1st Combine. And if you have any questions, just reach out to us.
Anthony, thank you, and Lori, for all that you do for this sport. So we will be back here. The battle going down at the Commander's Cup. Navy taking on the Marines. We'll be back here 2025 NXL World Cup on Major League Paintball Plus. I'm Matty Marshall. See you in just a couple minutes.
What's up, guys? RT with X Factor. Got a Project Powerhouse rig right here. Honestly, never goes down, and even if it was to, I've got great techs that can take care of it any second. It might be a double. No, I don't know. Get out! Get out of there!
60 seconds.
At the end of each year, the world's elite descend on the outskirts of Orlando, Florida, drawn to the biggest stage the sport of paintball has ever known, where legends are made and history is written. Major League Paintball's NXL World Cup.
Here we go. We got the best teams in the world here.
All year long, the greatest paintball teams on earth have been battling for their place in the National Xball League season rankings.
Kill three! Get him out! Hey, kill out the back center! Let's go!
With the final events presenting an opportunity to claim the series crown.
This is PhD level gunfighting. This is what you're gonna get.
And this year, it's anyone's for the taking.
They can't make mistakes.
Everybody step the up.
You match the force. We gotta fight!
History's done right now.
Let's go!
More than 20 pro teams prepare to write their next chapter.
Not going to be easy. Let the strongest survive.
But first, we turn back the clock to the previous event's finals matchup between Edmonton Impact.
Give me one kill.
Embrace the challenge, guys.
And San Antonio X Factor.
Come on, baby. Let's go. We know what we have to do.
Hey, don't start it if you can't leave it on the field, Mouse. I love it.
This ground is sacred now.
Our tournament.
We step beyond the paintball field nets for an all-access storytelling experience that takes you deeper than ever before.
Got shot in the face.
Good ball, Zane.
We're Team Impact. We are from Edmonton, Alberta. We're Canadians right there.
In Major League Paintball's road to a championship. The outskirts of Dallas, Texas are a long way from the Great White North. But for Canadian former NHL hockey player Bart Yakimek, international travel is well worth the pursuit of another championship with his two sons and his beloved Team Impact.
Sunday morning here at the Lone Star Open for the NXL fourth event of the year. We're just here, Bart, Dave, and Zane, coaching, scouting some games for Sunday morning.
The jitters are there, but it's really another level that starts to progress on Sunday. You go through the prelims kind of getting here, and then when you're here, the emotions are really high. It gets more intense, and you gotta ramp it up even more. I grew up in Edmonton, born and raised. Hockey was my dream. Played 5 years pro, ended up winning a Calder Cup in '82. Went to Europe and played in Switzerland, played with Team Canada, played in the Spangler Cup, winning there. Ended up getting called up with the Oilers for their first Stanley Cup. I was part of that team, part of the backup squad. That dream kind of went away, and then at that point, our family being in the car business, I sold cars every summer, and I just made that decision. It was time to move on. A little different, eh? Yeah, it's not bad. Dan, I need a ball. I'll use your driver. And I need a tee and a ball. Wind's with us. It'll be good. Good ball, Zane.
Got a bit of dirt, but it's down the pipe.
Right down the piper. Back in 2000, we were in Hawaii, and we got invited, to go play paintball. And we had a hoot. We came back to Edmonton, started playing paintball. It was every weekend, getting them up at 7 in the morning, Saturday, Sunday, playing paintball. Oh, good shot, Zach.
We were like any kids, everyone gets into trouble. There's a moment in your life where you have to decide which path you're taking.
Come on, go play. We're good. Let's go, boys.
Yeehaw! Won our first game. Woohoo! Yeah, you got the last guy. I got it on film too. Thanks.
And we have playoffs now. The beautiful thing about paintball was we could literally play it with our dad.
What's the distance, boys? 152.
Okay, and first place in the rookie division with 100
53 points. The Dragons.
We're Team Impact, split with Team Peg Factory. We are from Edmonton, Alberta. We're Canadians, right there.
Classic Canadian golf, 55 degrees out here. As a family, we just enjoy getting out. They've been playing since they were toddlers. They call that both games, paintball and golf, so. Opens up there, Zach. You could be okay.
Oh, and she's gone. Nope. We're better paintball players than we are golfers.
Yeah, we are golfers. Oh, great shot.
Thank you.
Taught you everything I know.
When we first initiated Impact back in the early 2000s, it was me, my brother, my dad, and we always kept that family dynamic throughout our years, even as we transitioned into a professional organization.
Time for a beer.
Let's do it.
The Yakimek family would build Edmonton Impact into one of the most dominant professional paintball teams in history.
It kind of struck me as like, there's an opportunity here for my kids to grow up being in magazines. If you go win a hockey tournament, kids are 10, 11 playing pee-wees or whatever you want to call it. There's no exposure. But paintball gave us that exposure. And that's really what attracted me to paintball. It's so special. There's nothing like it.
The most important thing is we care. Yeah. It's when you stop caring.
Yep.
Keep having fun.
Yep.
Keep your heads high. You're world champions. Not too many teams can sit there and be a part of a team that says they're world champions. Series and double camps, guys.
Under Bart Yakimek's leadership, Impact lays claim to 20 first-place finishes and 2 NXL Series crowns. A run fueled not only by their family dynamic, but by the elite talent attracted to their organization. Talent that in recent years has been difficult to retain.
How you doing?
Good, nice to see you.
Yeah,
still looking the same. Hey, yeah. Good, buddy. Good, how are you?
Good, man.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Business good?
Of course.
As always, right?
As always.
Yeah. Okay.
Good to see you, Mark.
Yeah. Been a while. I think I got a sign here somewhere. Here's my sign. Something my father gave me when I was first getting into it. Keep a positive attitude, and I've lived by that forever. Just don't let anybody down.
We've always had great players.
If you think about the beginning of the year when we created that deal with the 4 players, there was optimism that Impact's going to be a powerhouse.
Heading into the 2025 season, Bart Yakimek recruited 4 of the best players to ever compete in the sport. Veterans Rainey Stanzak, Tyler Harmon, Marcelo Margot, and arguably the #1 player in the world today, Alex Goldman. But just as the season began to take shape,
now I'm going to be watching you all year long on Edmonton Impact.
Let's go, baby.
The star-studded roster would quickly fracture.
We've got some great guys on our team right now that we're really pulling in the same direction. Sometimes you'll get a player that's not pulling in the same direction. And sometimes it's time to move on. And that's what we go through it all the time.
I've never seen an off-season as chaotic as the one we are in right now.
And, it all started because 4 dudes wanted to play together who started together.
How long ago did you start to consider pulling back from Impact?
Just released a statement releasing Marcelo from the roster.
How did you receive the news that you're being cut from Impact?
The little bit of communication that I had was not very friendly.
They even have that attitude that, I screwed them over.
You're going to go through those moments. It's how you respond and how you respect them for what they needed to do, and it's tough sometimes. And, opportunities are there with us, and if they don't like what they see and if there's opportunities elsewhere, I respect that.
They felt that they were doing what was best for their program,
it is what it is, and, you know, here we are.
This just in, Marcelo.
Welcome back. One of my favorite events here at the World Cup is about to go down on center court. It's the Commander's Cup, and it's going to be Navy taking on the Marines for first and second place. So, Matty Marshall, and I'm here with Jeff Moon.